Hello everybody and welcome to the final showdown here between Xiao Guodong and Gary Wilson here at Wuhan Open in China. After a brilliant 6-day campaign, what a way to end it now with those two brilliant players that both of them have had incredible campaign already and now going to battle for the final spot here. And for the title, of course, Xiao Guodong being the defending title holder here in Wuhan. And for him, it will be very, very important to try and get something of a attempt to hold this title. You know, he's going to lose some ranking points. He could actually find himself potentially behind Gary Wilson in terms of the ranking points after this campaign. But for now, it is Gary Wilson with a break off to get us off here to a brilliant start of this 19-frame campaign. How are we all doing? Hope is everyone having a nice morning, afternoon, whatever you're watching from. And yeah, let's get this party started now. Ishan says final will be good. Hello, buddy. And I certainly hope final will be good. You know, it's an attacking lineup. As Guodong straight away there goes for a good safety of his own. Yeah, so it's definitely an attacking final. Both players have had a brilliant part to the final. Certainly deserve to be here. Every single one of them. If you go through the sort of list of the opponents they had to beat is impressive, especially if you talk about Gary Wilson. I mean, beating Mark Allen yesterday in the semi-final, whilst Guodong was able to get the better of Mark Williams. And if you look at the tournament campaign throughout this tournament, Xiao Guodong has managed to beat Min Ruth and making the maximum in the progress as well. Of course, in the first round, managed to beat Ishpreet Singh Chadha in the second round, and then dispatched David Grace and Matthew Selt on his route to the quarterfinal, where of course he had to beat another tournament sensation, Stan Moody, the first player to break the Ding curse in 18 months, after having a stunning campaign himself, dispatching the players like Zhou Yolong, Barry Hawkins, and Ding himself. And then of course yesterday beating Mark Williams in a brilliant clash in the final with a scoreline of 6-3. If you look at Gary Wilson, he certainly can respond to something, you know, with his campaign, beating Lu Hao Tang in the first round, beating Sean Murphy in the second round by 5-3, while dominating the match against Sean there, beating the world number 1 Judd Trump in a brilliant last 16s match, and then joining John Higgins there in the quarterfinal, beating him by 5-3 before coming to clash with Mark Allen and beating the man from Northern Ireland by 6-2. But for now, Wilson has a mistake here, and Xiao has an early chance and takes it into the right middle. Nicely done once again, lands himself on the yellow, you would have thought, would have been the nice little angle for him to try and transition back to the bottom side of the table. But yeah, certainly both players have got a brilliant campaign to speak for them already. And we're about to find out what's going to happen for one of them. Can this fairy tale end for Xiao Guodong, or is it going to continue for Gary Wilson? Of course, in terms of ranking points, this is a really interesting situation Guodong finds himself in, as he only ever won one ranking title, but he still could find himself losing those ranking points should he lose to Wilson tonight. Of course, him scoring more in the calendar year last year simply by winning this tournament. Needs to make sure he does exactly the same thing again if he wants to stay as world number 14. And Wilson, should he win this tournament, this, you know, take some points off Xiao after this campaign and get 140 on his board, will put him comfortably in the top 16 place. It will be very important for them for the tournaments like Masters, UK Championship, and even English Open coming up. Let's see, we're about to find out, as Xiao here has a brilliant start to the first frame and seems to be on the front foot quite early. It's going to be important for him to try and navigate through those early chances and not, you know, mess around with them too much. For now, has been able to do that rather nicely, and just needs to continue with his form. Has been brilliant and not really giving any chance to any of his opponents throughout this campaign. You know, didn't have to face Elisada so far. So, which is going to be a great boost for him in terms of table time. You know, his closest scoreline was 5-3 to Dominic Grace there. And so apart from that, he didn't have too many of those. So 19 points for him scored here. And already has got a red into the right corner. And potentially to allow himself to go into the bunch from this. And potentially land on the top side of the blue. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Wasn't betting Mark and Trump. Well, absolutely. I mean, he's beat John Higgins as well. Let's not forget about that. But as I was thinking to myself yesterday, he's going to be a man against the country. As I think, of course, the entire crowd. In hindsight, the referee, of course, she has to say sort of unbiased, but in hindsight, the referee, of course, will be supporting Xiao Guodong, as will be the entire country. Gary Wilson has to make sure he overcomes that challenge, with it being probably the toughest of them all, especially with having to face so much of the table time. You know, exhaustion can come to rescue here of Xiao Guodong, but for now, his brilliant technique there on the green comes to his rescue. So lands himself nicely on one of the reds to the right corner. 23 points already scored for him. Needs to make it a lot more than that. Especially with the position being not quite as bad as you would imagine it to be in the first frame. And Guodong clinical so far once again gets that cue ball just about top side of the blue. I don't think he'll be too happy with the angle he found himself in, but can try and potentially screw back into that red. It just depends if he's sort of going to allow himself to cut it into the left middle. So potentially we'll try and push through this shot. And brilliant stuff there. So trying to navigate through the reds. Hasn't got any sort of luck with them, as one of the reds he managed to clip as I did really close to the black. So now Guodong will consider if there's any point of him taking that red on into the left middle, and if not, it will be a safety battle that so far we haven't seen too much of, it being the opening frame. And has he got a shot to the middle lined up potentially? Just checking there. In the end, going for a safety shot. So a break of 29 is the maximum that Xiao Guodong can produce. And right now after this, it's going to be Wilson's frame to try and put some sort of comeback on. So being 29 points behind is not going to be a massive issue, but you would have thought if he gives away a next chance to Xiao in this frame, it will be frame over for him. For now, he needs to get a little bit the better of him in terms of the safety play. Hasn't really managed to do that. And he was given away a chance here to Xiao Guodong, but I'm not too sure you'll be too sort of eager to get this one over the line on, because of course you can't land on the black from this position, so have some cue action for him to do on the cue ball here. Needs to force it through it, and so far has been absolutely flawless. How's his cue ball positioning? It's not bad, but it's not great. So he's managed to do really well on the pot there, but I think he was trying to aim for sort of in between the pink and the blue, and the angle in the end is going to be against him here. So I think in terms of the pot, he probably has to go for the yellow here, unless he can find so much screw back on these blue and just try and reverse the cue ball in behind one of those reds on the left cushion. Needs an important shot here, and brilliantly done there in behind the red. 35 points scored for him, and all of a sudden he's back in a much better position, although his face expression doesn't necessarily remain to be a sign of that. And whilst he has a little delay, we'll do a little tradition already, and we'll start a little Q&A for you. Who will win this title? It's quite simple, quite straightforward. Only two options here: Xiao Guodong or Gary Wilson. One of them will become the champion in a couple of hours' time, and you've got your chance to vote here. But I think that vote might be a little bit compromised right now because Guodong has just missed a chance there, and Gary has got a chance of his own to try and perform. Sort of the position hasn't really improved massively from the way sort of Guodong stepped down from it, but Wilson now has got a nice little shot to hit through and land himself onto the pink. So I was actually wondering why sort of Guodong refused that type of shot, and then Wilson comes to the table and plays that exact shot there. And the fact that he's missed it is probably a confirmation that Guodong managed to make a right decision. Gary couldn't. You know, it's the Chinese world number 14 that steps back to the table. And he's going to try and put this frame to bed here earlier on, with a chance of himself. Guodong should take it from here. He certainly should, but his first shot hasn't done him too much of favour. You know, rolling through past the blue, I think that was the main colour he was aiming for. In the end, he still has a brown that he can try and potentially utilise. So needs to make sure his cue action and positional play is perfect in this match. Something that Gary Wilson has been very much on top of, especially in the latest two matches against Mark Allen and John Higgins. Has been struggling a little bit of that against Sean Murphy and Judd Trump. But his break building and his successful bots attempts were able to get him over the line in those two matches. For now, once again, that transition from the brown wasn't as easy as Guodong would have liked it to be. And he's got a shot to face now. Either try and use one of the red quite close to the cue ball and just play a really long distance plant here. On try and... So you can't be playing a safety shot from here, so you certainly have to be just rolling this red into the middle, or try and use the other red and roll the plant into the right corner. He's gone for the second option, and he's done it to probably perfection there. Still leaving that one of the red balls for his measure. Not sure if he has the red to play. He's got one. Now he's got the green to try and put the cue ball back to the bottom side of the table. And once again, leave himself a little bit of breathing space with the pink being available now. Needs to get past the blue there. Does it brilliantly. So, not the ideal angle to play that red that is quite close to the pocket. So I think he might actually go against that and just go for the red into the left corner. And try and go from there. See how good on it would seem. So once again, takes his time on the shot there. In the end, does everything in a nice and smooth way. This time has got an angle on the pink to try and give himself a little bit more space between the cue ball and the reds to either give himself a breathing space or just go for that red onto the right corner pocket. So he decides to go for the first option, just eliminate those two, I would assume. Get the frame one, and then you can do whatever you want in terms of the break building in the end. Work hard, play hard says hi everybody, hello. And 53 points now for Guodong, 18 of them being on this current break. Needs to roll the blue in nicely and set himself up for a frame ball chance in a couple of shots time once again. So in goes the blue. So has landed on two of the reds there, just about. I think he was planning to go to the left corner once again. And yeah, so I might have to go for a plan B here and just leave the cue ball quite close to the pink. Set himself up with a frame ball. Hasn't been the most free-flowing frame, but to be fair to Xiao here, it hasn't been the sort of most straightforward of positions he had to play through in the entire campaign of the tournament. But he's managed to do that really nicely here, get himself out of trouble. We'll have an easy blue here for a frame ball. We'll potentially consider the pink if he guarantees himself to pot it, as that'll just give himself a chance to roll through on one of the reds and make sure that Wilson doesn't come back to the table in the current frame. Makes the pink a little bit harder though. And he has to make sure it's in, and he hasn't. So I think it is a really interesting situation now because 58 points of a gap here. I think Xiao understood that even if Wilson gets himself with a chance, he can't afford to be taking any of these reds with a pink. So you'll guarantee yourself a safety battle. So probably not the right shot to play in the end, as you can see with the cue ball overrun with it. If that could be a costly miss, not for now though. I mean, you'll have to play a safety anyway, unless you can bring the black off into play from the same shot that he pots it, which is not going to happen. So always going to play a safety shot there. So probably a right shot to play from sort of Xiao. Make sure that he gets the frame over the line if he pots that pink, and gives himself a couple of reds more to pot. But in the end, not over the line quite yet. And now a safety battle for him to try and engage in. As I say, so one of the reds is on the cushion on the left-hand side. The other three are pretty much in open play. And so, yeah, even though that red on the cushion seems like it could be going into the middle, there's too many times we've seen both players refuse that already. And Guodong goes for a shot of the cushion there. So, needs to make sure he catches it well. And he's done all right there, but he's got it way too much into the head there. So the point number one for him, of course, was to catch the red in itself. Now gives away a chance to Wilson, but as I say, even with the black ball now being freed up, I mean, he has to aim the cue ball position towards sort of the right-hand side from this shot, and I don't think he's going to take this on now. I don't think Wilson's got a choice here of probably just play it sort of safe here, or at least try to do that. I'll be very surprised if he manages to pull off this shot, and yeah, just too much to do there for Wilson. So in the end, it looks like he will be a frame to Xiao Guodong. And I will probably insist that he could very much afford to be missing that pink at that time, you know, with the black being out of position. And even with that mistake he just made there was no chance for Wilson to get on the black after it, which is the only colour he would have needed. And in the end, it will be a first frame to Xiao Guodong, and a perfect start for the Chinese world at number 14. And the Englishman, world number 18, has to find himself coming back once again, as he has been able to do against the likes of John Higgins, Mark Allen in the early stages of the match, and Judd Trump as well, of course. GG's in this frame, and it's the first of potentially 19 that we got over the line. And Xiao now just making a little bit of a table time, the most that he can, making sure that Wilson will be kept cold in his chair. And once again, nicely done on the red. The little transition to the black means that the cue ball will end up on the cushion, but with the frame already won, don't think it's going to matter necessarily here. Just a little bit of practice here for Xiao Guodong. And it's a practice well taken so far. So only 4 points, still no chance of him to make it even sort of a 60 break. I think the maximum he can sort of get is going to be 59 here. And nicely done here. So once again, the red along the cushion does go in. The black follows it up nicely. And even though he's got 90 points to his name, unanswered 90 points already. So it could be important as well in terms of talk about table time. Gary Wilson hasn't had a pot today so far, and I think certainly for Xiao Guodong it is a thing to consider, with him finding some sort of rhythm, you know, having his highest break of the match here after beating the previous effort of 29. He's already got 34 to his name, could very much extend that to 59 should he make a total clearance and put all the 5 colours. We'll see what will happen though, as so far it's been a really positive start to the match. You know, attacking snooker from both of them, especially from Guodong. You know, Wilson didn't have too many options for himself. Guodong had 3, and he's managed to take them all. In the end, just doing too much of a points difference damage there to Wilson, until the Englishman could actually find himself standing with a cue at the table. And 13 points now left on the table, and that will remain. So not quite a break of 50 here for Xiao Guodong, but in the end, it is a break of 46 that wins him the opening frame. And now he's off to a great start here, Xiao Guodong, as he leads by 1-0 in the final for Wuhan Open campaign that he'll be very much looking forward to try and defend. You know, it's his only ranking event title that he's won, with it coming last year here, pretty much exactly a year ago, when he managed to defeat his compatriot, Xiao in the final. Now he's got a challenger similar in terms of the ranking spot, but very different in terms of the play there. All the way to China. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if he can do it. I think you'll be, well, certainly the second biggest win of his career, because I think your first ranking title event win is always going to be huge for you. And well, for him to win 2 tournaments in the space of 1 calendar year, it'll be absolutely incredible, especially being his home tournament, ahead of the China Grand Prix qualifiers as well. So later in October, that campaign will resume, and we'll be very much back to China for there. Guodong seems to be enjoying the play, and he's ahead of his home crowd. Gary Wilson will be enjoying that a little bit less, as, to be fair to him, didn't seem to be phased about too much by the crowd in his successful World Championship campaign. You know, being very much against some of the great favourites there. And for now, has to overcome a massive challenge here in Xiao Guodong, with already trailing by 1-0. Still needs to get the first spot on the board for him, and hopefully that will come for him as soon as humanly possible in the second frame here in China Wuhan Open. So just final moments before the players come back to the table, and the action will resume here at the Optics Valley Gymnasium. It'll be very interesting to see what the response is going to be from Xiao Guodong here, and can he keep up this momentum? You know, it's going to be impossible to do that throughout 10 frames in a row, but certainly if he does that, you know, at least 2 frames out of 3, and manages to shut down Wilson, as he's managed to do there for the majority of the first frame, it'll be a really good bonus for him. Now he needs to focus on building that lead higher and higher for himself, to put himself in the prime position for an early cushion ahead of the first session interval. Remember, the final will be played in 2 sessions here, of frames potentially 9 and 10 if we need to, with the second one starting in about 5 hours time from now. So it will be 7:30 local time in China, and it'll be around midday if you're watching this from the UK or any other part of Europe. Wilson off to a decent start there with the safety, but once again the cue ball not quite there on the cushion, and just leaves Guodong with a little bit of an invitation, Gary Wilson, to have a go in the green pocket. He's been taking those invitations really lightly so yesterday, but obviously with it being the final, doesn't quite want to do that just yet. Rolls the cue ball very closely into the yellow pocket, in the end making it awkward for Wilson to perform his next shot. For now, Wilson just has to evaluate what he's got and track the position for himself. Still yet to find the first spot of the match here, Gary Wilson. And for now has to find a decent safety, which hasn't been too many of so far in the opening frame. You know, Guodong didn't have to do too much damage in terms of the safety play. He was able to get an early chance, and it looks like that'll be the case once again, with Wilson not doing enough on either the cue ball or the red ball side. So early concerns here for Gary Wilson. Doesn't seem to be sort of showing any emotions yet, but certainly won't be happy with the start of this final. And so far it's all been Xiao Guodong here, and now once again has got a chance to try and get this thread into the corner pocket there, establish a good lead in the second frame as well. The position not being as open as it probably was in the first run, but as we've seen multiple times with Xiao over the course of this campaign, he is the player that, you know, can develop the position and can do it quite quickly as the red disappears there. So after a long preparation there for the shot, in the end it was all worth it. So runs a little bit short on the blue. He's got himself a really wide angle to use the ball cushion. So landing on the wrong side of it at that time of asking. But still allowing himself to stay in his break. Just needs to judge the trajectory of the cue ball perfectly and needs to make sure that the blue is in as well, with the angle not necessarily being in his favour. The blue does go in, and a nice little two cushion control there from Xiao, and he's 6 points on the board for him. A lot better in terms of the black ball positioning though. He's got it available. He has to make sure he doesn't land awkwardly on it. He has to try and sort of find himself a gap there in between those two reds so that he doesn't have to bridge over them. And you can see that's exactly what he's checking. Making it as comfortable for himself as he can. For now, just the red ball to focus on. The cue ball potentially might be going towards the blue corner, you never know, but in the end, Xiao decides to sacrifice the potting angle on the blue and just land himself a little bit more comfortably in terms of just placing his hand on the table. And cueing the cue ball with a lot more control and conviction there. So has to go on top of the red there and land on the one just above the black spot. And had to pot the black first and didn't do that. A really surprising miss. I know he left himself with a little bit more of an angle, but still was super manageable for him. And yeah, it's a brilliant position and an early chance now to Gary Wilson to get his first point on the board and get the first ball potted here. So I think Xiao would have liked him to work a little bit harder for that. In the end, gives him away an early chance. And this time, yeah, it's this position going to Gary Wilson. And we all know what he's been doing throughout the majority of this tournament campaign with those types of positions. He's been trying to sort of convert them in a brilliant value breaks. Let's see if he can do it from here. As I still has got a couple of reds to work with. The first one disappears, so it's got at least one more into the left corner and one more into the right middle. And it also has got two the red balls quite close to the right cushion there, but could try and could play in behind one of them. In the end, goes in between them. Not too sure if he was planning to just cannon them or just run through them as he did, but in any way, got himself a couple of options here on the board, with the easier one being the one to the middle. I think with him potentially landing on the top side of the blue, I think that's the one he's going to take. He's to pot it though, and didn't. And can chip away reds for some time here. Well, he could, but he couldn't manage to do it with the first red that sort of had any sort of trouble for him. So only scoring 16 points. And now, yeah, all of a sudden, there is a shake of the head there. And he will be frustrated with himself there, Gary Wilson. He's got on his off. So another break start, pots the red in. Lands himself nicely on the blue. But once again, just the wrong angle. And yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on with the last 3-4 shots there, as they're missing all of them. So Guodong had one of the easiest reds you would possibly imagine. Still managed to sort of mess it up and not land perfectly on the blue. And then in his battle to sacrifice as much of an angle as possible, he finds himself missing the blue as well. What the hell? I mean, it probably describes what both of them will be feeling. It's probably describing what the fans of both of them will be feeling. But, you know, after what looked like a pretty good start to Xiao in the first frame, hasn't been such a good a follow-up. Wilson here with a decent shot. Doesn't land perfectly on the blue, but has got one into the yellow. nerves from both guys? I don't think so. I think it's just a little bit of, of both of them being rusty. Need to find the momentum. I don't think it will be nerves so early, especially with Wilson taking pots like that on and making them work for this time. I think we'll see nerves if one of the players is running away with it. For now, I think we'll see just a little bit of lack of quality from both of them, and that results in Wilson having a third chance here already in this frame, leading by 23 points to 8, so 15 points of a cushion he's got already. Got a nice little black into the corner. So that's the bridge over the red though, and needs to guarantee himself a good pot here, as it does. Lands really nicely on the next red as well, so not too many points available now for Guodong to try and catch up. Only 91 with it being 83 now. So I don't think Wilson has got too much of a work to do in terms of just eliminating those reds. I think 3 of them will do. And we'll put him in once again the prime position for this frame. And that's a little bit better in terms of the positional play. Once again, let them know, Gary, because he's certainly been playing like that against his opponents recently. His positional play has been absolutely perfect. And actually, funnily enough, it was Xiao Guodong that was struggling with himself. But, the positional play can't win your frames. And once again, Wilson misses an easy shot of the red into the left middle. You could potentially put that as the commentator's curse and the jinx there, but I wouldn't say that, because I was praising his positional play. And his spot success play has certainly been way below par in this match already, and you could argue throughout some of the parts of this campaign as well. And once again, third chance even not taken here for Gary, and he leaves a well-developed and a really open position here for Xiao Guodong. So once again, I don't think it was nerves there. I think it was either complacency or just sort of lack of respect there for the Red Bull, trying to focus too much on which color to land, almost taking it for granted there. In the end, a mistake, and it could well be a very costly mistake, as Xiao Guodong will be lining up a 2-0 lead. Inexplicable misses from both. I would say inexplicable misses from Wilson. I can only think of that blue being missed from Xiao there until sort of ran himself out of position. So, the black off the spot was a bit tricky, but I suppose if you've got 2 misses in one frame and you still over the line with it, I suppose you even take that in a better way. The problem for Gary, though, is that he had 3 chances. He missed all 3 of them with neither of the reds and the colors that he actually missed. You would have thought giving him any sort of trouble. And Guodong now got a third chance to close out this frame from the third time of asking. Still has got some work to do, as he's the one trailing in terms of the points tally. And has got a nice little black to start himself off. Has got a red right on the pink cushion there, with the pink being on the black cushion there. So we'll consider taking the other red into the right corner pocket there. So, but I think he needs to make sure he gets those early ones and the easy ones out of the way. The ones that are already in open play. And then just tries to make the most out of those that aren't. Because the last thing you want to do with the sort of misses we're already seeing is give away an easy position to your opponent. And make yourself on the back foot straight away. And 40 points now scored for Xiao Guodong. Of course, 32 of them on the current break, so Wilson could have easily had this frame wrapped up. And he made a lot more of the reds that he had available. Certainly by this stage he would have had the frame done and dusted. Now though, it is Xiao Guodong that sort of finds himself in a spot of bother. And yeah, can't do a lot about it at the moment. So just has to take his time on those shots. Has to make sure that, you know, avoids any sort of misses that we've already seen from both players. Can't afford to do that at this stage. Has to be really careful with those rest shots. First one coming up soon. And does this one nicely. Needs to roll through there, the cue ball onto the black. I think he's about okay there. Just about okay now. Leads by 3 points here to Wilson, so we'll need both of those reds. And probably a yellow, potentially a green as well to close out the second frame here. And second frame that had a lot of chances for either player. You know, probably Wilson having just slightly more of the two. In the end, Xiao there. So gives himself an option to land on this red, but lands it rather awkwardly. And probably has to take it on, but I think he'll be playing this into the front cushion. If into any sort of cushion there, because you know, you can't afford to give it away. And there you go, there's your confirmation. He was always going to play that into the front cushion. A smart shot there from Xiao, sort of give himself a chance of, if he pots it, then that's fine. And if he doesn't, absolutely must not give away that red hanging over the pocket for Wilson. Even though his positional play hasn't been good there for Xiao Guodong, it has been for his opponent. The problem is, of course, all those missed chances that Wilson has had, even in the matches like Judd Trump and Judd Higgins. You had to just be careful with those in the end. Managed to overcome them in the later stages of the matches, but in the early ones, been struggling for the majority of them. And has been the case so far today already. Now, Wilson gives away a safety shot here to Guodong. And Gary will now step back to the table himself. And it's not necessarily as good of a job as you would have thought Xiao could have done there. The cue ball has landed pretty safely, but the red ball hasn't. And once again, a potential chance for Wilson to just roll this one into the pocket, so refuses it. And just pushes that red onto the black ball cushion. Does it really, really nicely in terms of both the cue ball and the red ball positioning. So it gives away a cross double being the only option available here for Xiao Guodong. And once again, just guiding that cue ball towards the green. And nice stuff there for him. Once again, a decent safety exchange. Both players have been on top of their safety game. I think from the things I've seen, Xiao would probably just about edge Wilson on that stat, but it'd be really interesting to see what happens in this match. And so far, it is just about what I said. Wilson has been sort of losing those safety battles a little bit more than Xiao has been. And once again, the Englishman gives away a chance here to the man from China. Can he make this one stick? Yes, he can. How's his cue ball positioning now? Needs one of the colours. I don't think there's going to be any point trying to snooker Wilson. He's landed on the green, but he's landed really awkwardly. And with the last red being on the cushion, don't really think he can sort of try and do something about it. I think it'll be important for him to try and sort of attempt it if he's comfortable in getting this green ball in, but yeah, decides to go for a safe option and just roll this one in behind the brown to make sure it reaches it. We already seen one massive mistake there yesterday from Xiao Guodong when he tried to land a safety on Mark Williams, missed the black in its entirety and have to give 7 points away and a positional shot to his opponent. This line looks to be good there from Wilson, and he shared this one perfectly. So that's why I was a little bit not too sure about that shot from Xiao Guodong. Even if he was going to give himself sort of 4-8 points, it's not going to give a massive difference. And surely you just had to try and play for that green. As this is a lot better, especially if that cue ball lands in behind the yellow, which it does. So this is a lot better here from Guodong with the cue ball being right behind the yellow, and him not seeing the red ball not being on the cushion this time, so probably has to play it on the way back here, Wilson. But this time, once again using two cushion escape, but a lot harder of a shot this is. And brilliant play there from Guodong. So in the end, making the most out of the situation and the position that he has. So decide to go for just catching the red and pushing it onto the left cushion there. So surprised to see that shot selection, as it's going to be a lot easier to catch the black from here. That's exactly what he's done. Got the black there and potentially given away a chance here. So really, really surprised to sort of see Wilson go for this shot. I mean, he probably must have not found anything from the left rail. He's gone for a shot like that, but in the end it will be, the cue will be coming back, and it will be attempt number 2 here for Gary Wilson. Of course, can't afford too many of those catching the blacks there, with it being 18 points now, still 35 on the table, so can afford 2 more potentially, but would like to make sure it doesn't catch the black anytime in the next couple of shots. As once again goes for the similar trajectory, but adjusted it slightly. Is it going to be enough for him though? No, it's not. Once again, catches the black there. So the points that are mounting here, so 25 points now, being the gap. And of course, as you would expect Xiao Guodong to do, just gives away this position once again to Wilson. And sort of says, you know what, if I can win the frame in this way, I will most certainly take it. As they all count, no matter how you win those. And of course, Wilson can be pulled back into this position as long as he can technically try and get back on Guodong in these points tally, with still 35 on the table. So you can afford 2 more of those, but the line seems to be a lot better now. And so finally, a good shot here from Wilson. Gives the turn back to his opponent. Doesn't leave him with anything easy, would have thought. Unless, I'm not too sure if he can get through to that red anyway. And if he can, I think it'll be really important for him to try and navigate the cue. Well, right back towards the cushion. So he's gone for an attempt there, but not too sure I would agree with that sort of attempt. Once again going for the sort of the back jaw there, not catching the front one this time. Could have left it on for Wilson, and the points tally is still more than enough for Wilson to try and catch up here. So maybe a little bit of complacency there shown by Xiao Guodong. In the end, Wilson himself just about gets away with that kiss on the yellow from the red. And now Xiao Guodong needs to make sure he eliminates this red from the middle pocket and just puts the cue ball probably on the black cushion once again. And so far, it is Xiao Guodong leading by 62% in the current poll. 47 people voted already, so thank you very much for all those that you did. Of course, I think the people that have done that would have taken the account that he won the first frame. I would still put Guodong as a massive favourite. I said 10-6 before the start of the match in favour of the Chinese player. I think the crowd is going to play a massive role. I think the fact that we're in China and the pure sort of confidence boost for Guodong will be a game changer as well. And I think the last thing that will be important for him is going to be the fact that Wilson has to beat so many of his opponents that, you know, it's inevitable that at some point he'll just run out of steam. And Guodong, with himself not having to face any of the deciders, seems to be alright so far in this campaign, but finds himself in quite a nasty snooker, with the Red Bull being so far from the cushion. All of a sudden can try and get himself a couple of those points back here, Wilson. After conceding 14 points to Xiao Guodong, catching the black 2 times in a row instead of the red there. Guodong goes for an aggressive option there. And I think it's worked out for him absolutely perfectly. Obviously has to apologize for that, as he wasn't planning to end up in behind the yellow. But in the end, the short approach was probably right, with the brown being on the cushion. You know, at this point, he can afford to do that. As now the green rolls over the middle So all the colors are very much split up around, with the black being the only one, it would seem, that is on his spot. The blue being quite close to his dedicated spot of start. And Guodong this time rolls on towards the brown. So nothing to apologize for here. It's a brilliant shot for him. And it's a turn given away here to Gary Wilson. Once again has to do it the long way around, using the right side cushion first. Of course, I think a slight bonus to himself will be the fact that you can try and catch it on the way back here. So try and do it off the two cushion escape there. But the problem with that will be is you'll push this red quite close towards the corner pocket. So he decides to go for a one cushion escape. In the end, probably a right thing to do. Leaves Xiao Guodong with nothing, with that green ball covering the right middle quite nicely. And probably is a double is the only option in terms of attacking play. I mean, the angles does seem to be favourable for it. As, of course, it being the final, not going to take a double on like that, especially when you don't have to. Decides to just roll up another really good safety here, Xiao Guodong, and leave himself in a probably 1 second relaxation sit there in the chair, whilst Wilson tries to find his way out of this. Has to use a ball cushion there to try and catch the red. Well, I would have thought he had to, but in the end he could manage to see that red. Didn't catch it too well, as managed to catch the yellow on the way back. So once again, not putting any distance between the cue ball and the red there. Leaving Xiao Guodong with an easy chance here to try and utilize. Has got a red into the left corner pocket to try and pot, with potentially cue ball going over the cushion. And once again from Xiao Guodong, he does refuse those spots today a lot more than he has been doing throughout the campaign. You know, not too sure if that's the right thing to do with, you know, I understand that it's the final and you have to take the most conservative approaches you possibly can, but still, you don't want to give Gary Wilson one of those chances. If you keep refusing those yourself, you know, you're inevitably going to land one for your opponent, and there's no real chance that Gary Wilson will be in the mood to refuse it. And with the way his long pot stat has been throughout this tournament, it could be very much a danger from those sort of shots. Gary Wilson for now, once again, it's a chance for Guodong. So this time, surely go for this pot, and he does. So maybe he was just waiting for a perfect chance. In the end, it comes for a perfect time for him. And a 26-point gap now. So there's black for a 2-0 lead. And a perfect start here for Xiao Guodong. Even with him not necessarily performing the best snooker, it is now a 2-0 lead to Xiao Guodong. 71 points, now plays 38 to Gary Wilson. So 33 points is the difference. Of course, still can easily land the yellow and the green being over the middle pocket. So certainly won't see any more of Gary Wilson here. And the biggest compliment you can give to Xiao Guodong is here. He had one less chance than Wilson in terms of the break build. He was always going to be ahead for the latest part of this frame, within, you know, sort of leading by 25 points. You know, 14 of those gifted by the black there, as he finds a brilliant double, you would have thought, but it's a quadruple in the end, as he was aiming it for the green pocket. In the end, it lands into the left middle, so everything sort of going a lot nicely here, as the blue stays out there. So a break of 17 to close off the second frame. And in the end, it's Xiao Guodong, with him not necessarily playing the best snooker. So a great start and a 2-0 lead here and Wuhan Open. Gary Wilson once again finds himself trailing by a couple of frames. And when we resume to action in a couple of minutes' time, have to find himself back in this match, as him so far producing a maximal break of 22, only 38 points on the board in the 2 frames scored for him. Needs to set his game up in that sort of perspective, and finally get the better of Xiao Guodong for the first time here in the opening mini session here of this final. You know, I knew that Wilson was a little bit of a favourite going into this match, with it being pretty equal, but Wilson just edging it with 172 for his name, and 2 for Guodong. Right now it is Xiao Guodong with 140 to his name, and 3 for Gary Wilson. So very much has been able to turn it around so far, and let's see what he can do from here. This has been a really positive start here for the Chinese player. A lot less so for the man from England, but as we mentioned before, it's not like it stopped him before. You know, you had a horrible start against Watchalong, trailing by 3 frames to 1. Didn't have a particularly good one against John Higgins anyway. Was losing himself before the mid-session interval. Was able to turn that into quite a dominant performance and dispatch Higgins in some style. And of course, remember, he was losing 2-1 to Mark Allen yesterday before he went on to win the remaining 5 frames. Should be 2-0. Yeah, sort of missed that. And it certainly is 2-0 now. Yes, it's brilliant from Xiao Guodong in terms of finishing off the frame from a third time of asking. Something that Wilson hasn't been able to do, with him getting 3 chances of his own in that frame. Now we'll get back onto action with Gary Wilson will be the man to break here. To lose in the opening 2 frames, he needs to be off to a great start here, as Xiao Guodong is already ready to go here. Gary Wilson just waiting for the call from the referee. And once again, a little reminder that not too far away from English Open, after a couple of qualifiers have ended up for Chinese Grand Prix in the upcoming week, and it joined by Northern Ireland qualifiers as well. We'll be back to the main tour and the main event, with English Open being broadcasted on TNT. So loads more to action to come in the late part of this calendar year. And the snooker season is only about to get started, as it could be a perfect start once again, as it has been last season for Xiao Guodong. Starts off with a good safety to his name, once again leaving Gary Wilson with a cushion shot to play. And yeah, not giving anything away easy, I would say, especially so far, to Wilson, and hasn't been able to do that in any of those frames. You know, Wilson being his own downfall so far, but he's got a couple of frames to try and turn this around before Guodong can sort of run away with it, and turns into a gap that you feel like would be pretty much impossible for Wilson to try and come back from, as Paul is still getting Xiao Guodong on 62% to Gary Wilson 38%, even after the 2-0 lead here for Xiao Guodong. It's only 60-40 now, you would have thought, as once again finds a good save there. But one thing I will tell you though, and I'm going to end this poll now with I think it's been sort of locked in on 40% to Gary Wilson and 60% to Xiao Guodong. And whilst Wilson thinks of what next safety to play, I'm going to go for match to end under 17 frames. Yes or no? Very simple. So are we going to have 16 frames with either player winning it 10-6, or are we going to go higher than that? Yes or no? There you go. So please make sure to vote for that one if you like, as we still continue the battle of safeties here. Xiao Guodong, defending champion for Wuhan Open 2025. He is defending champion for Wuhan Open 2024. He's yet to become the defending champion for this year's campaign. He's only 8 frames away though, and he's 2 frames closer to Gary Wilson. And Englishman still has all 10 of them to find. Xiao has been able to find 2 already in the opening 2 frames. And yeah, as I said, I did go for 10-6 to Xiao Guodong. So I would have said under 17 frames, and so far the 5 people that have voted have said that as well. So I think it's a logical thing. I think if Wilson finds himself in a position that, you know, he understands that he's not going to find his rhythm, he's going to try and force his rhythm, which means he's going to have to go for those long pots, not really available, have to sort of live up with the fact that he's going to leave a lot of them on for Xiao Guodong, and it could turn out into a really one-way final. As I could still see it happening both ways, to be fair, if Wilson finds his brilliant form. You know, Xiao Guodong could find himself on the receiving end of it. And it could be a very different match to what we've seen in the opening 2 frames. But for now, it is Guodong finding all sort of answers. And he finds an absolute beauty of a safety shot. The shot of the match so far. And even though Wilson can probably just roll up to the bunch, the fact that that cue ball control from Xiao Guodong was so perfect, it will surely give him some sort of confidence boost. As, yeah, in the end, it's not such hard of a shot to get out from for Wilson, but still, it's a really nice shot that Guodong has played there. Wilson managed to find an escape route from it, and Xiao once again will try and put Wilson in some sort of trouble at the early stages of frame number 3. So far hasn't been able to do that in any of the first 2 ones, with Wilson doing all of the damage to himself of his own and just leaving those chances for Xiao Guodong. And 2 of them have been put into frame-winning opportunities for Xiao Guodong. Once again, a decent safety there, not this time as brilliant as it was a couple of shots ago, but still it's going to do some sort of damage to Wilson in terms of, you know, forcing him to go into the reds with no other option available. So always a risk there to leave one of the reds hanging over the right pocket or the left pocket there, one of the corner ones. And this time, nothing doing as of that. And another thing worth pointing out is the position does seem to be dreadful in terms of whoever gets on the first chance probably is not going to be able to get too much out of it. I think Guodong will be in with a better chance, but I also think that, you know, Gary Wilson, in terms of his spot success, has been a lot better. His positional play has been absolutely dreadful so far in the opening 2 frames. And Guodong has just been steady. I wouldn't say he's been perfect in any of those aspects. His safety game has been pretty much flawless. But to be fair to him, we haven't seen too much of that. His long pots have not been as bad, although he just missed one. So I think he was always going to play that one with a safety in mind. I'm not even actually too sure it was an actual long pot attempt, as he clearly didn't plan to land on any of the colours. But if he was a safety, he should have done a little bit better with taking that red quite further away from the middle. It is cuttable, and it certainly is available to him. Needs to make sure he gets this one in. He does, but he gets 2 for the price of 1. As the cue ball joins the party and falls into the green pocket there. So 4 points given away here to Xiao Guodong. Should have done a lot better on that cue ball control. As you can see there, I think the Chinese fans, seeing that that cue ball was travelling towards the green pocket, and given Wilson a little bit of applause, a little bit cheeky. But I suppose that's what you would expect with them cheering for the home player. Guodong has got a ball in hand now. Try and make some more damage in terms of the safety play. And once again, it will be interesting to see what the approach is going to be to the safety play from Gary Wilson. You know, I thought his approach to safety was pretty much admirable. The fact that he was able to get through that second frame until it was a re-rack. With the really long safety battles with Mark Allen. In the end, was able to get his rhythm in the last 5 frames and win 5 on the bounce there, leaving Allen with no chance to progress into the final and clinching that spot himself. Once again, has got a lot of work to do here, well, Wilson, as it doesn't seem to find an easy route for the cue ball to come back to the bulk area. So has to make sure he lands this one shot perfectly though. As I say, can't afford any errors, even though the position is not necessarily the kindest to whichever player gets on the break. I have to say, I'm not too sure about that shot selection. I'm not either concerned if that red just underneath the black goes through, but The fact that, to be fair, the fact that Wilson has gone for the shot and Guodong hasn't really had a look at it is probably a sign that it wasn't. And just a safety here once again. So Guodong, I think, sort of realizing that this could drag on for a while. So at least trying to free up a pink here for now and put a couple more reds into the play. With only, I say, 3 or 4 available so far. And the pink is certainly going to be available now as Gary Wilson takes the red just underneath it out of the equation and pots it with a brilliant long shot of his. So it doesn't land on any of the colour, unfortunately, in the bulk area. And it's just going to roll up to this brown. So end of a break there. Hasn't done too much of a damage to Guodong, if any. You know, should have done better there. And Xiao Guodong can easily just play off the left-hand side of one of the reds that is closest to the left cushion in itself. If Gary wins, he'll be a snooker Jedi Master. I think he will be, in terms of the opposition that he beats. With, of course, will overcome at least 2-frame deficit here from Xiao Guodong. Could still prove to be bigger, but it's a horrible shot here from Guodong. You know, I did say Wilson let him off the hook there, and it's a waste now from Xiao here, and it's Wilson with a chance of finally getting himself with a frame on the board. For now, get himself a couple of points on the board, and lands nicely there for the pink. So I think in terms of the colours, it's not even the fact that the black is in a really bad position. I think it's in the fact that I can only see potentially 1, maybe 3 reds. You know, if you can try and get the perfect position on the cue ball available. So he's not happy about that one. Well, we shouldn't be. I mean, he could have been facing a hard snooker. In the end, Wilson has made the mess of that. And instead of trying to put himself on the front foot, Xiao finds himself giving away a chance. And in the positions like that, you have to remember you can't be giving any sort of points tally away, because even if Wilson gets himself with a 30-40 points lead, it could prove to be absolutely massive. He won't, though, as he messed up his positional play once again. And talk about Achilles heel, I think it's been an Achilles cue for him, because he's been struggling with his positional play throughout this campaign, and especially throughout this match. Hasn't been able to string a break together, as he's 22 being the highest. Once again, as I say, the position was far from ideal, but should have easily got at least 2 more reds to his name. Instead, it's only 14 points scored, and it's the turn that goes back to Xiao Guodong here. Once again, in with a chance to try and produce some sort of brilliance and damage of his own. I think he'll be really important and really key for him to try and get sort of on top of the safety battle this time and utilize any of the options. And once again, not getting involved in any of this safety scrap, and not landing on either of the ball colors, as he pots a brilliant red though. And so is he going to just roll up to the green himself? Looks like he'll be even less damage done here because of the 3 reds quite close to the black spot that you can try and land on. You know, another option being the ones on the cushion. So shouldn't be too hard and too difficult for Wilson to do. And so we just wait there for him until he finds a shot that he's going to be happy with himself. And he does indeed go to this cushion shot and lands this one absolutely perfectly. So not giving anything away to Xiao Guodong. And once again, the Chinese player will have to try and find himself with a decent shot of his own. So goes for developing of the red, sends the cue ball down the bulk area. Would have liked to get it in behind the blue or the yellow there, but at least get in the position better in some way, shape or form. And have to check it out now. The position sense for Gary Wilson needs to be a lot careful. especially in terms of his safety play. And I think he'll try and develop some more reds here towards the right corner. Very much has to be perfect in terms of his cue ball positioning. Has managed to get the reds in safe, but the cue ball once again just not traveling distance for him. And Xiao is in with a chance once again here in frame number 3, trailing by only 10 points so far, and could reduce this gap massively and even put himself with some breathing distance of his own. And hasn't managed to do that though, as the red rattles the jaws of the pocket and stays out in the end. The cue ball positioning wasn't quite as perfect either, so in the end you would think he's messed up the trajectory he was willing to play with. And in comes to the table once again Gary Wilson, going to play onto this blue, lands probably on the right side of it this time, as I think the aim was always going to be to travel in towards the bulk area for one of the reds sitting up there nicely. But I think he's made the mess of that once again. It should have had an easy shot into the middle. He's made the mess of that one, and all of a sudden turns into a really difficult cut for himself. The cue ball has to be perfect here as he comes back for the blue. So has managed to recover from that one nicely. Once again has one last red to try and potentially play for here. So the two reds that I would argue should have managed to get into the pockets from the last time he was at the table with a break. That time he only able to score 14 points. This time scoring 12 already with one more red available to him. So which color is it going to land on from here? Goes for either pink or brown. In the end, it is a really nice position here on the pink. So going to put himself with 29 points of a gap should this pink disappear. It does. Try to develop the reds there. Was never really going to end up on at least one of them. Has got an option of trying and roll one into the corner pocket though. I mean, it's a long way out, but if it's dead on the cushion, I wouldn't be surprised if Wilson considers taking it on. Probably not worth it in hindsight, because of him having that little bit of a cushion himself for an absolute must-win frame. You know, can't afford to be giving 3-0 lead here to Xiao. And yeah, you can see that red is not quite on the cushion, so certainly not worth taking this red on. And just finding the perfect safety for himself. As once again, still unable to get the better of the break of 22 that he managed to get in the second frame. And this time a decent safety, well, probably a really good safety, I would say. It's a little bit better than decent there. Leaves Guodong with a vulnerable position, and a cross double being the only option I can see. He probably agrees with me on that one. And really good shot here is needed for Xiao Guodong. Needs to be careful with that red going into the black, you would assume. And has left Wilson once again with a lot easier of a safety than he had one himself. So could have potentially lined up a shot into the left corner pocket had that black not been covering the significant chunk of it. So once again goes for a safety. Tries to think another thing about Wilson is he needs to make sure he keeps the reds in the bat position where they're about already, and just try to use those reds that in open play, put some of them on the cushions themselves to try and make catching up for Xiao Guodong even harder than it already is, with the position being far from ideal. For now lands the cue ball in behind the yellow nicely, and the acknowledgement there from Xiao Guodong. There's a couple of tops on the table. Clearly finding himself in a spot of bother here. Could try and go for a potential double, a cross double I would say, once again. But I think with that red being too close to the side cushion, it's going to be a problem for him. And we're going to see what's going to happen. Of course, first things first, needs to make sure he catches the red in its entirety. So goes for the shot onto the red on the cushion. So tries to catch it with date weight, with absolutely no pace in the cue ball whatsoever. Potentially has left the shot into the middle here for Wilson. So not too sure if that's available, if the brown is blocking the angle for it. And if it is, I would assume that we'll try and take it on there, Wilson. So clearly wasn't available, so he refuses that one quite quickly. Goes for another decent safety shot. Once again, the cue ball positioning being perfect, you would have thought. Has got a long shot into the right corner pocket there. As, you know, once again, a nod of the head there from Guodong a couple of times. Being probably a compliment of the shot that his opponent just played there. And once again, entering the serious mode, Xiao Guodong. Haven't seen him smiling ever since he made that maximum break in the first round. So, of course, could have been in for an absolute perfect tally of, you know, getting the win. Still very much manageable for him, with him having a 2-0 lead and the highest break, but had to share that one once again with Xiao after he made a maximum for the second week in a row in terms of the ranking events, with him making one a Saudi Arabian Masters as well. So Wilson here with a long ball chance, not taken, and a waste of a chance there for Gary. And a chance given away here to his opponent, so for potentially a 3-0 lead here for Xiao Guodong. You know, Wilson has got a lead of 29, but with all those safeties being played, you know, the position that was very much problematic for Xiao Guodong 10 shots ago, all of a sudden, it is certainly has got enough reds and plenty of colours on their spots to try and potentially get himself ahead in this frame. With, you know, a couple of more shots being played potentially for him. But needs to start off a lot better than that, as he has an absolute shocker of a shot there. Not too sure what he was doing there in terms of the cue ball position either. So, might have been a miscue of some sort, as he hasn't landed anywhere near any of the colours. So, clearly something's gone wrong in that shot for him. And leaves Wilson with a chance to get himself a frame on the board finally. So, looked like it was going to be a great chance for Xiao Guodong, and in the end, it looked like it was going to be that one once again, as Wilson taking all of the pocket sides there, using all of the jaws. In the end, red only just about dropping in there. Lands himself nicely onto the pink. And considering this one will go in, it is now 36 points gap for Gary Wilson, only 83 on the table, so 3 more reds taken out of the equation, and that should be damage done for him. So 6 more shots of a maximum that he needs to get finally himself on the score sheet. And a little bit of a waste this time from Xiao Guodong. I mean, I'm not too sure what happened on that red, but whatever it wasn't a good enough shot. And it's given his opponent a prime opportunity once again, a chance number 3 in this frame alone, to get it over the line and over with. I think it's one of those better chances that he had to finally get something better of a break than the value of 22. His highest of the match so far. Next 3 shots will help him to sort of put that stat behind him and try and improve it to an extent of sort of probably around 40-50 here, with still 2 reds being available, one of them being in a nice position to try and cannon one of the reds that is on the cushion. So for now, Wilson taking his time with his pink, making sure he develops that red even more towards the middle. So give himself a nice little variety there. So a red that potentially is a frame ball for him, with 51 points ahead, still 51 on the table. So that will leave Xiao Guodong with only being able to tie and force a respot. But the next colour should put all of that behind him, as he finally looking to win one of the frames in this final, as he does indeed, with the brown disappearing off. So it is now a frame ball and his highest break of the match already. 26 points in the current visit and still counting. So gets rid of the last red that was available to him in the open play. And this time has got a black to try and roll through. Nicely done once again. So 34 points scored for him. Has got a red on the black cushion there that he can try and use right now. Then of course has got one more on the right side cushion there, which is going to be very much of a bonus if this one go in. And it doesn't, so a break of 34 will do for Gary Wilson as he gets himself finally a frame on the board. And at least he guarantees himself he's not going to be in with a whitewash. So he's not going to be leading in after the first mini session, but could still very much find himself drawing after Xiao Guodong and put all that damage that Xiao has done in the opening 2 frames behind him. All to play for here in the frame number 4 will be a break of Xiao Guodong, of course, as you will be looking forward to this frame, as he had to spend majority of the 3rd frame in his chair. We'll be looking to change that and put that tendency back to the past. Get himself a nice little bit of table time himself. And yeah, we'll see how that 4th frame is about to unfold, with players once again taking a little bit of a time for a break here before we return to the main action. So 4 frames gone and still could be 16 remaining. We're about to see if this is going to end with a 2-all draw between Xiao Guodong and Gary Wilson. With each of them, will probably be satisfied to an extent there. I think Xiao Guodong has to realize that you're not going to win the final by playing this kind of snooker that he has been. You know, he's managed to get away with it in the first 2 frames, but he's got it all to do once again to find himself with a 2-frame cushion after frame number 4. And Gary Wilson will be absolutely desperate to try and get himself very much back to square one here and have it 2-all draw after the first 4 frames played. There's final moments there before the players come back to the table. Each of them will be with a great chance, and I think the start of this 4th frame will be really massive in terms of if once again Gary Wilson is able to get himself in with a chance. You know, needs to get a little bit more out of those break chances in terms of the points tally on the board. So far, his highest break still being 34, way below average. But to be fair to him, I mean, you look at Xiao Guodong's stats and his 46, not something that you would expect after the first 3 frames from the player, the quality of Xiao. And are we going to finally see a first break of 50 plus, I would assume? It being a great start here to the frame number 4, and potentially some sort of momentum builder for the player that would achieve it. Should one of them achieve it, of course, with Xiao Guodong finally getting down for this shot and breaking off the reds. We are ready now to get the 4th frame underway. Wilson with an early couple of safety options to his name. I think utilize the open red. Can try and potentially go for a shot here though, as there's none of the reds apart from the target one that he can try and leave. So I think he'll just measure the risks and see if that shot is worth taking on in terms of potting it. You know, you already got one of the frames on the board. Very much like to keep that tendency in terms of the table time for himself, as he does go for this shot and he gets it as well. So brilliant shot for him. And a potential start to the break here in frame number 4. Is the crowd acknowledging that was a brilliant shot, even though it doesn't come from a man that they would want it to. As straight away from this black, they didn't really have any sort of option there. Gary Wilson, as apart from just going to the reds quite heavily, hasn't done him any good here. And looks like once again just another safety after a break of 8. This time probably through no fault of his own. You know, he's managed to get the hard red in from the long pot, and you know, has gone quite hard into the reds from the black. So an end of a break there indeed, and a decent safety shot to wrap up the break there. Once again leaving Xiao Guodong with only one red you would have thought to deal with. And the positive thing for Xiao here potentially is that he can try and sort of aim that red in towards the pocket area, into the right corner pocket there. So the way he's been studying that position is probably unlikely, as I would just expect a transition of the cue ball on towards the black cushion, and not really take an attempt of a long pot there. But he has, and landed himself nicely on the black there, had he potted it, but he hasn't, so Wilson back to the table. I think Xiao was measuring the risks there in the end, so not necessarily checking the position of the cue ball, but the position of the reds and which one of those could he have potentially given away. In the end, none of them is the answer, and Wilson just has to find a safety of his own here. In this fourth frame could be absolutely massive in terms of one of the players getting the better of the other before the interval. You know, if Wilson wins 2 frames in a row, he could come back after the interval being fresh and with a lot of confidence win a couple of more of those frames. All of a sudden, in the morning session, he'll be the man to catch for Xiao Guodong. On the other hand, as Xiao here finds himself a decent 2-cushion escape, on the other hand, should Xiao Guodong win this frame, he'll find himself leaving with a 3-1 cushion, and make sure he will go into the afternoon session with a strong chance, should he even lose all the remaining frames, with those being only 4 of them. And let's see what Wilson can do from this position, though, as, you know, the referee doesn't seem to call a touch and ball, so we just have to roll probably towards the black ball cushion there. Has to bridge over a couple of reds there, just to clip one of them. And nicely done, really nicely done there from Wilson, as it's not going to allow Guodong to have any sort of chance of a sort of backspin and roll the cue ball back towards the black area. But the angle probably being favourable for him in terms of landing into the ball cushion. Hasn't got any reds to try and potentially leave here for Wilson on the top of part of the table. And a nice safety there from the Chinese player as well. And Wilson is in with a chance. So could be with a really good option for himself should this red land, but doesn't seem to be happy straight away with the cue ball control. And let's see what he can do from here. Xiao Guodong, has he got any sort of introduction of a shot in terms of the right corner pocket? Doesn't seem like it. Potentially can try and go for the plans of the reds into the middle. I'm not too sure if the first one can go past the one that is a little bit lower. The answer is yes, but the cue ball once again just finding that corner pocket, and Xiao Guodong with a waste of a chance gives away the position now with the ball in hand to his opponent. And what could have been a really good start for him can be just another safety here for Gary Wilson, as I don't think he's going to go for a long pot. At least he's going to try and take the red that is closest to the right side cushion there, and try and pot it into the right corner, the same pocket that the cue ball has found a couple of shots ago. And a brilliant shot there from Wilson. I mean, what a strike that was. Nice double pot there from Xiao. I certainly know a person in my family that would enjoy that one, but I don't think Xiao did. And the yellow now to follow up the brilliant shot on the long shot from the red. And very much back in the prime position here. You know, has got 4 reds to his name. 15 points advantage already to Wilson. All of a sudden, this could be a massive turning point in this match. In the morning session, and could be in the match overall. As you know, should he make the most out of this position, he'll find himself very much for a chance for a 2-all draw. And we'll see a couple of missed chances from Guodong there, which has been something that I didn't expect to see so early. You know, I did expect him to sort of be clinical in terms of his pot success chances, but he hasn't been able to be clinical, especially in frames 3 and 4. Wilson has been kind of clinical in this frame so far, with him scoring 23 points. Didn't have any mistakes yet. Hasn't been too clinical in frame 3 though. And have to search for a decent break of his own. And once again, Gary Wilson, 31 points of a gap here. Still has 2 more reds at least to try and work with, as he does seem to find 1 more with a chance to develop a couple more. So once again, the position being ever nicer for him. And from this angle that we're seeing on the television, you have to say it will be a massive waste should he lose this frame. Just needs to be careful with every single one of those shots. Take extra time if he needs to. So 39 points already accumulated. A couple of more shots and he'll be threatening of his highest break of the match so far in those 4 frames. Once again, goes back for the black. So 28 points. The black will put him 35 on the break, which will be the highest of the match for himself. But the position should be more than good enough for him to try and do even more damage here. So far, first black now, and to go into the red. So avoids the red that I thought you might want to have the cue ball cannoned into. In the end, finds himself really nicely on the red into the right corner. And really nicely done once again here. So onto the black, and has got himself a nice little angle here to go into those 4 reds. Should he of course decide against that, he's still got a couple to land in the left corner. But I think probably doesn't need to take the risks just yet and just go for the reds that are available. Exactly what he's done. So his highest break of the match now being 43 already. Just a couple of shots away from the first 50 plus break of this match. And the highest one being from Xiao so far, it being the value of 46. Wilson is now a couple of pots away from winning the 4th frame and heading into the interval with a great chance for himself to finally be challenging for the lead of this match for the first time. You know, it has taken him some time to get into the rhythm and get some confidence and momentum, but it looks like it'll be all worth it, at least in this frame. As you know, could it be finally 1 chance given, 1 chance taken here for Gary Wilson? This time lands himself on the pink, a little bit overruns it, so the pink will be of course a frame ball for him. And we'll go for a green, it would seem. So 67 points to put himself 67 clear and 67 available, and he misses that green there. Wow, what a miss that could be for Gary Wilson, and what a chance this is given to Xiao out of absolutely nothing. All of a sudden, you put that green, you know, you put that pink, and Xiao needs snookers there. He doesn't even need snookers here. He's still in with a chance of getting himself back in this frame with all 4 reds, I should say, being bunched up, but he scuffs the first shot there, and it lets Wilson off the hook there. So he ain't gonna be a 1 visit to the table and a frame win from the first time of asking, but it's a second chance now for Wilson to do all the damage, and in the end, it's a mistake that he gets away with. And Xiao once again just not being able to punish Wilson for those mistakes. That being especially clear and important in the frame 3 and 4. Right now, Wilson is just going to have a little bit more practice, as his highest break is going to be 53. Unlikely to beat that, although still enough points available on the table for him. And just looking to end up the 4th frame with a maximum of points scored to his name, and certainly no time wasted on those shots. Scoring 14 points on these break already, making that 20 here. And once again, lands nicely there on the red, onto the cushion. Plays this one with the rest nicely. And once again, feels like he's in a rush, you know. Taking barely 5 seconds between each of those shots. Certainly doesn't want to bring the momentum down. 2-2 a bit scrappy, but still Wilson should be happy about this. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Wilson would have absolutely been over the moon right now with losing the opening 2 frames and losing them probably in the right fashion. And his Guodong has to blame himself probably, as Xiao does indeed concede the 4th frame. So it will be a 15-minute interval, an intermission here on table 1, as the final starts with Xiao claiming the first 2 frames in some scrappy fashion, but in the end, Gary Wilson is able to find some sort of momentum to his name as he wins the frame number 3 and 4 to put himself level with Xiao. All to play for after the first 4 frames. We'll be back for some more action after the 15 minutes interval. Stay tuned, stay alive. And now we are back after the intermission now, and we're back with Gary Wilson making a foul there. So Xiao Guodong gets himself 4 points on the board straight away. So been a really fast start here, probably a little bit faster than I thought it would be. As after the break off now, Wilson finds himself in a little bit of a bother spot. As once again hasn't been able to do anything in terms of the safety this time. And finds himself, I would say, gets away with it and finds himself lucky not to give away a position away here to Xiao Guodong. Needs to be a little bit more careful, especially in the early stages here. Can't afford to be giving any sort of options like that to him. Once again, Xiao here with a decent shot of his own. And rolls that cue ball towards the yellow pocket. Gives it away really nicely here. So for Gary Wilson, we'll have a lot of try and action to perform here on the cue ball. I think you'll try to go with a top spin. Try and potentially go for this spot here. So he did, and it hasn't worked out too nicely for him. As to be fair, he has cannoned the black nicely for good measure as well. And back comes Xiao here. So I would assume just play with the cue ball towards the sort of bulk area. Doesn't want to be too close to the yellow pocket though. As he's alright there. Just about perfectly on the pace. And once again, the players find themselves in a safety battle here. After the early 4 points given away here in favor of Xiao Guodong. And nice shot there from Wilson in terms of the cue ball control. The red ball, though, has gone over the pocket, so wasn't sure with that shot selection in the first place. 5 more frames in this session. Yes, so it depends in how much time there will be spent on those 5 frames, but usually it is 9 frames in a single session there. So Xiao Guodong now with a chance of a long pot. Be really interested to see where's he going to land on the cue ball side of things. And they cued this one to absolute perfection there. Probably about as much as he could have done on the shot onto pink. Finds himself with the finest of angles. And let's see what he can do from this position. If Wilson wins today, we'll push his season so far ahead. I mean, already, it'll be a massive, massive thing for him. He'll put him well comfortably in top 16 of the current rankings, and it will be really massive for him in terms of getting sort of a little bit more favourable of a draw. But I think it'll be an absolute mountain to climb for him. As Xiao Guodong here goes into the reds, hasn't quite finished on any of them perfectly with them. You know, he's got one red into the left corner, but has to bridge over a couple of more reds, and hasn't got a black to try and land on, so I'm not too sure what his options are. Probably the pink will actually go into the right corner pocket, but from this angle you can see he has to probably play it away from that red's bunch into it, and use some backspin to try and get himself on the blue or the pink. In the end goes for further than that and lands himself on the yellow, potentially the green here, but the yellow is not going to be favourable for him to be coming back for the table and play on at least one of those reds available to him. So we'll just have a look and see what his position is offering to him. And I think he has got potential chance of potting the green if he really needs it with the red shot, and we'll just see if it's worth it, or is there any sort of potential reds for him to try and land on. Don't think there's any easy ones, and yeah, it could be a problem here for Xiao Guodong in terms of his questions. And yeah, so once again, just taking his time down this shot, so it doesn't necessarily have to play a safety shot, but he's considering of doing one. You know, can he take a potential blue on into the corner pocket? how much of an advantage is that going to give him in terms of positional shot? So almost 90 seconds already taking on this shot, as he seems to have going for the blue. Needs to get it, doesn't get it, and it's a chance for Gary Wilson here, as he has managed to land on one of those reds, it would seem. So the right corner has got one alongside the cushion to play into the left corner as well. And yeah, could be absolutely massive for him, as I say, this frame for either of the players, but especially for Gary Wilson, if he just resumes that momentum that he had in the last couple of frames. Xiao Guodong could find himself in the position that sort of Mark Allen found himself in when he was leading by 2 frames to 1, and all of a sudden had to pack his bag and end his campaign with a 6-2 loss, with Wilson winning 5 frames in a row in yesterday's semi-final. First shot though is nice there for Wilson, lands himself comfortably on the green. His career in general too will be a boost for him of some sort. I mean, it'll be only the 4th ranking event he's won, so surely will give him a massive ranking points tally and a massive boost in terms of his confidence and ability to be playing for those tournaments. You know, the higher you are in the ranking, the more tournaments you get invited to. You might even get a spot at the Champion of Champions, possibly, should he continue this form of his. Wilson can win today. He's a good player. He certainly can. But I think it'll be difficult for him to try and do that against someone who's done it last year in this campaign. And also, I think he's going to be him against the crowd, which is always a tough battle for you to try and perform, especially if you get to the late stages there. But for now, doing everything right there, Wilson, landing himself nicely on this pink. In the end, looking to do all the damage once again here from the first time of asking something that we still yet to see after the first opening 4 frames, with both players needing at least 2 chances to finish off the job. And certainly took a long time for that pink to reach the pocket. I mean, it was a nervy couple of seconds there for Wilson, but in the end he's done just about enough there on the pace, and he's only just about managed to cover the pink spot there, and I think that's what he's having a good laugh about. Now though, left himself with not an easy transition to probably the blue there, so I don't think the pink passes past the blue there. So this is exactly what Wilson will have to check himself. So once again, I think Wilson is more than capable of winning this one, but it's certainly not going to be easy for him here. For now, that needs to get a lead of some sort, as for now something in the crowd seems to be going on, as Wilson just asked the referee to have a look at it. Maybe people just being late there after the intermission and still taking their seats. So the funny side of it last couple of seconds, but not this time though. So he needs to make sure he keeps up the momentum and not wasting any more time than he has to. The referee still having a look at the crowd, but Wilson is ready to play the needs it to be perfect, and decides not to risk it there in terms of the perfect placement. Decides to play for the bulk area. Wilson has nothing to lose, as not favourite, he can be relaxed. You know what, one thing about Wilson though, he has been the underdog in the Sean Murphy, Judd Trump, Mark Allen and John Higgins' matches, and he's managed to win all of those. So who says he can't win a best of 19 match against Xiao Guodong? He certainly can. And for the last 2 frames and a bit, he's been doing just about enough that he needs. It looked like it was going to be potentially him going into the 4th frame with a 3-0 deficit. He was able to get the 3rd frame on his score sheet. Has managed to win the 4th one ever since. And he's now finding some good shots here, as another red goes nicely into the pocket. Finds himself pretty straight on this pink, but with the pink spot being available now, he just can afford to stun the cue ball to an extent there, maybe play it into the blue slightly, and give himself an angle on either of those 2 reds, just above the pink. As he comes back to his spot now, I think he'll have to go for the wider one, it being a favourable angle to play for the blue. And all of a sudden, he could find himself in prime position once again here. So, accumulating a lot of points on this break already, with it being 27 once this blue disappears. And hasn't got too much work to do in the positional side of things, as at least 2 reds are going to be available for him right now. You know, that will free up a couple of reds in itself. And then he can still try and get a few of those just above the black spot there, as I think a couple of reds will be available for him to pot. Into the right corner for now, and really nice red there. There's a little bit of a distance between the cue ball and the red. Not necessarily the easiest shots of those to play, especially when you need the perfect positioning on the pink. And Wilson seems to be flying those points, already accumulating 34 on the break. Once again, won't be far away from challenging his highest break of the match. And of course, that'll beat the break of Xiao Guodong, with it being 46. Wilson is already on 41 here, as another pink disappears. So we'll make that 42 with the red. And once again, as I say, just take out those reds one by one. You free up more and more of them. And all of a sudden, you don't have to do anything in terms of position, cannoning, or going into the cluster of them. So for now, once again, the pink to play, and line up red into the same corner pocket. So 48 points score already. 67 only is available. 36 being the gap. Making that 37 now. And once again, taking another red out of the equation. Still has probably all 4 of those available. Just above the black there. Just needs to find the first nice little transition from the pink to the top of, to the highest of them all. And, you know, certainly I think Guodong will be, talk about pressure earlier on. I think Guodong will be finding himself with a little bit of pressure. You know, when you lose 3 frames in a row in the final, it could still be something like we've seen against Neil Robertson and Ronnie O'Sullivan, where it was 2 each. And then all of a sudden, Robertson was able to win 5 frames in a row, put himself with a really nice 7-2 lead. And not talk about 7-2 for now, but certainly talk about 3-2 here lead for Gary Wilson. So 44 being the gap, needs 1 more red after this blue. Shouldn't be too difficult for him, as just plays it off the cushion really, really nicely. And it's a frame ball here for 3 frames on the bounce here for Gary Wilson. And for the first time in this match, it's going to be a frame 1 in a simple and a single visit to the table. As the red disappears there into the pocket, so it is indeed a win for Gary Wilson in frame number 5. And a brilliant performance in terms of his cue ball control as well. Has been spot on that aspect of his game. Once again, just playing on for the black for the first time in the frame, getting the highest break of the match already, with it being 69. Still just about enough points for a century break here, potentially, should this black disappear. As it does. Just about rolls this black into the corner. So 24 points, or potential 7 pots away from a century break here. As the red disappears there, going to be nicely on the blue. If you're a Wilson, happy date. If you're a Wilson fan, absolutely. I mean, we all know Kevin certainly is, him being from the similar sort of place where Wilson is from. And once again there, really nice blue. And the prime position here for the last 6 colors, the first one being the yellow, only needs 4 of those. And he will be off with a century break. Aha, yeah, there you go. And once again, puts the green there. So the brown, blue, and the pink for the century break. And for the black, of course, for a brilliant total clearance for Gary Wilson. Seems to have overrun slightly for this blue, so have to go around the table of 3 cushions there for a century. 1, 2, 3, and there he is positioned quite nicely there, with the cue ball needing to pull up before that though. As it looks like he'll be an unlikely century now, as the line was really good for him. All of a sudden, finds himself basically touching ball there with the pink. So has to try and rattle it off the double. Can't quite do that. So not a century break in the end, being a little bit lacking of concentration with the last shot. But in the end, that will still very much do the job here for Gary Wilson, as he now leads Xiao Guodong by 3 frames to 2. After a brilliant start to the second mini session there. And yeah, Xiao Guodong will very much now find himself under a little bit of pressure and a little bit of scrutiny, in my point of view. Nice break, a really nice break in the end. Had to navigate through the position that wasn't the easiest. And by taking one of those reds 1 by 1, he was just able to put himself in a really good position for the frame. You know, no mistakes. First time we've seen a frame 1 from the single visit to the table in terms of a break. And a break of 97-1, by far the highest of the match. So of course, bigger than the highest break of Guodong, more than twice in its value. Guodong now, though, needs to make sure he gets this frame on the board, as he can't afford to be losing 4 frames in a row in the final. Almost giving 50% there of the frames that Wilson will need to win this final in its entirety, and for all of them to come back to back all after each other, you'll put Guodong with a really not favourable position ahead of the second session. And of course, that will have an impact on the crowd. You know, them just getting frustrated there with Guodong, with seeing only Wilson being behind the table. Of course, when you're at the table and you've got your opponent sat in the chair, just being cold and being quite rusty in terms of his game, it's always going to be a benefit to you. But so far, after Guodong has managed to do that for the first 2 frames, 3, 4, 5 frames have been in favour of Gary Wilson. So once again, 6th frame will be really interesting to see from both players' perspective. And we're about to find out how that one's going to start. With players coming back to the table, coming back to the action in a couple of moments' time. So once again, I think after this frame, Wilson will become a favourite once again, as he was one before this match has started. Xiao winning two of the first frames to put him in a favourite spot himself, but right now has to make sure he's got a response in his locker. As the players are just waiting here for the confirmation from the referee, and it will be Xiao Guodong to break off here at frame number 6. A massive frame this is, especially for Xiao Guodong. Absolutely massive in terms of the value of it, and also the scoreline and the momentum. You know, aspects of the game, it is absolutely a must-win here. Xiao Guodong starts perfectly. I mean, what a break-off shot that is. I mean, you're not going to see any better than that. It looked like he was potentially going to leave a long pot here for Wilson. In the end, it is a snooker for Gary Wilson. So rolling up to the bunch is not going to be that easy, as you would assume Wilson will have to do that from the right cushion, and the angle to land on the bunch is not going to be in favour of him. So has to take his time here on the option he's got, and just see how can he take the approach of this shot. And yeah, clearly doesn't seem to be as easy as just rolling up to the bunch. And a perfect start here from the break off. Xiao Guodong, exactly the start he would have liked. Now let's see if Wilson is going to give him anything after it, or is the safety battle just going to be resumed after a little break? Still potentially 4 more frames to play. With the way the first 5 have gone, you very much would expect all 4 of them to be squeezed in within the time frame. Of course, the time frame is there to make sure that the breaking between the sessions is sensible, and that if the frames have been dragging out, you don't have the players chilling for half an hour there and then coming back straight to action, giving a little bit of more breathing space in terms of the rest, and just try and make up the frames that weren't played in the second session. As Wilson goes for a rolls to one of the reds there, and gives away 4 points. Potentially gives away a chance here to Xiao Guodong as well. Has certainly got one to the yellow pocket. We'll just see what he's got available in terms of the reds here. Doesn't want to give this position back to Wilson too much because of course, with the pace of that shot being just pretty much to perfection, you would expect Wilson to get it from the second time of asking. And yeah, let's see what Xiao can do from here. Needs to find a cut on this red into the corner. Of course, more importantly, has to find himself finishing it on the black there. Hasn't quite managed to hold it for the black, and only 1 point scored for now. The black being now in a position that it's not even in terms of potting the black that is the biggest problem. He's trying to stick around for one of the reds at least, hang in there in the bunch. The angle seems to be very much putting the cue ball somewhere towards the right middle. And potentially we'll have to go around the table once again here, Xiao Guodong. Let's see if he can get at least some of those reds. He did, but it's always going to be difficult for him to try and do that and not sacrifice enough an angle on the black. In the end, he missed the black, and he's developed a position for his opponent. So, all going wrong here so far in the second part of this encounter. And it's Gary Wilson very much with a chance once again. And the first shot is not played as nicely as he could have, leaving no distance between the cue ball and the pink, but in the end, it's all right. It'll be interesting to see where the pink will go. If it remains on his spot, it'll probably be a little bit of a disadvantage. I think Wilson would like it to go on the black spot now, and just try and free up the other red, make sure the pink goes into both of the corner pockets, and start to make his break around the sort of black area, even though it being on the pink. So, a nice shot there from Wilson, developing another reds into the open play. He's got at least 5 or 6 of those, as the referee does indeed put the pink on his spot, but Wilson has managed to develop that position slightly and make sure that the pink is now going to be potable at least to 2 of those pockets. Left middle and right corner now. And for good measure, he's now going to put the black on his spot. So shot into the middle, rolling through there. So catching the reds in an awkward way and landing on neither of them. So let's see if they're going to have a plant of themselves. Or is that going to be just a safety shot for him? Should have been nowhere near, that sort of contact. But has he got away with it? Can he still get through those reds? They seem to be in a decent line, but in the end, obviously not in a decent enough line. And it's Xiao Guodong that comes back to the table after a waste of a shot from Gary Wilson. Trying to do himself a favour and putting the black in the prime position on the black spot. In the end, ran himself out of position and left Xiao Guodong with a chance to come back in this frame. As I say, the frame that probably Xiao Guodong needs more than any other frames to make sure he's not losing 4 frames in a row here to Gary Wilson. It's now trails by 10 points so far. Leaves Wilson with a little shot into the middle to potentially try and consider if he can get through to that red. As doesn't seem to be the case, so just another safety coming up. So good on there, taking a little risk, because if that red is available, it's a guarantee that Wilson will take it on, and probably a really high probability that he'll try and pot it. So that time of asking worked out. But Wilson is able to respond with a decent safety shot of his own. Just putting the cue ball on the cushion once again here. And just roll into this red, putting the cue ball on the cushion. Once again, had to be really clinical in terms of the red and the cue ball positioning. That red over the right middle seems to be scaring both players from playing any sort of attacking safety shot with the chance to land a pot of themselves. Once again, a defensive shot coming up here from Wilson. We're trying to develop the reds ever so slightly here. Bring the pink into an open area. Had to sacrifice the cue ball positioning with that though, as I don't think he was meant to catch the yellow in that shot, and Guodong now has got a shot into the left corner there. So potentially could take this one on. Don't think he will be leaving a lot apart from the same red he'll be playing. And if he tries to land it on sort of quite close to blue there, on the top side of it, maybe even go for the bold colors. Could be possible for him, as there's a little fly that seems to be distracting him. So he gets that one out of the way. Now lines himself a shot into the corner. Taking his time here. And in the end missing it. Cue ball has gone pretty safe there in terms of the it's right on the cushion there. The only shot that Wilson has got is the red just below the pink, but it's going to be really difficult for him to try and pot that. I don't think he's even taking that on. He's taking another red on with a potential safety in mind. Missed that one by a mile. And that red has cannoned into the other red and has brought the second one back into play. So I'm not too sure with that shot selection of Wilson. He's sort of gone nowhere with that. Nowhere near a pot and nowhere near a safety. So leaves once again Xiao Guodong with a chance. And let's see if he's going to take the second one here. And no, he decides to go for the red just below the pink there. So obviously an attacking shot as well. But a lot harder to do. In the end, really nicely done. Wasn't the red that I was going to consider him, but just asked him to stop there with his hand, but it doesn't stop. And the cue ball won't obey there. And nothing for Guodong to be playing from here, it would seem. So just a roll up onto the brown. As all of his beggings for the cue ball to stop a little bit earlier have led to a snooker attempt here from Xiao Guodong. Decent snooker there lined up. But the target area of the reds there for Wilson is going to be way above the average and way above the minimum for him. So certainly wouldn't expect him to give away a position on this. Has got either a couple of reds on the right cushion to try and develop and just play towards. But I think not a lot on the cards there to be given away. Or you could try and go for the one on the cushion there. So once again, not too sure on which shot to play here, Wilson, and just taking his time. So seems to have found the perfect way for himself to cushion and just tries to clip one of those reds. Clips it, but clips it a bit too thick there. Always a risky shot to be played there. And in the end, Xiao Guodong with a similar shot he refused a couple of shots ago, but this time being a lot straighter on it. With a chance to land on the black this time around. And nicely played once again. So just roll through, and so he tries to hold here for the black, it would seem, or the pink even. Making it a difficult shot here for him, as the bridging over is not going to make it easier. And in the end, he has to be disappointed with himself as he misses that red. Queuing up for the pink was always going to make the shot a lot harder, and it's not like he ended up on it anyway. Not too sure why he didn't go for the option to play through for the black, but obviously not being available to him. He has now the position left wide open here to Gary Wilson, and now himself with a prime chance to be in a really strong position for a 4-2 lead. You know, he already leads by 10 points. With the first red going in. Could be a lot more now, as the black seems to be going through this red. So a brilliant position here. Could have been Xiao Guodong's for the taking. Instead, it is Gary Wilson for the taking now, with him leading by 17 points. Still some work for him to do. As I think if he eliminates those 4 reds between the black and the pink spots, then he takes at least one more to the middle. You put him with a decent enough cushion to be thinking about it. For now, a break of 38 already. And so once again, the points tally just seems to be mounting for him massively here. Not quite 38 there though, so my bad on that. So 32 is at the moment, as he lands on the blue here with a break of 17. So needs to make sure he lands on the red into the middle at least. You know, of course, the maximum will be for him to try and develop one of those reds. So decides against that. Doesn't land perfectly on this red, but he's all right. And he's got the option to be playing for the blue. Still has 2-3 more reds available to him. So there you go, just has to use a little bit of backspin here. And that's why I did say he wasn't perfect on it. The angle wasn't there to be playing through for the blue, which I think would have been the plan. The alternative being playing for one of the bold colors. Didn't seem too pleasing for Wilson to be played, but this time goes for the pink here into the right corner. And just about makes it. Has got another red into the left middle now. So that will put an end to the reds he's got available to him in open play. And we'll start to do some work on the ones that aren't. First needs to make sure this red is in, and it's not, as he catches the front jaw there ever so slightly. And it's a chance now. Phil, appreciate the commentary. Thanks. Appreciate that, Phil. Appreciate the message and appreciate the support. Now, Wilson ends his break on the value of 29. And Xiao Guodong is now in with a chance of a decent break of his own. So, needs to be careful. And just needs to get this red in, and he does. So, could be a very important shot there for Guodong, as that'll give him at least one bit of confidence and a little bit of momentum. Now he's got a nice little angle here on the pink to be playing into those bunch of two reds. Needs to make sure he lands on one though, as he hasn't got any of them available. So just develop one and hope to land on the other. He's done that. He's got either of them available to right or left corner pockets there. But probably neither of them are in perfect place, as the cannon on the black seems to be inevitable. And the control of the cube will be compromised by that. Tries to go for the left one. Maybe he can just get through that gap and not touch the black there. And there he does. So the first problem solved there from Guodong. The problem is he's got about 4 more to solve. With only 1 more red available into play. And so black disappears here. So 23 points is the gap between Gary Wilson and Xiao Guodong. Now, be looking to make that around the value of 15 until he gets on, I assume, the red into the cushion. It'll be played first. But the fact that he's ended up on the angle that he has now on the black is probably a sign he'll go into those group of 3 reds, quite close to the right middle. And potentially land on one into the left middle there. So he clearly wasn't playing with that in mind, just trying to cannon into them and see if he ends up on anything. In the end, hasn't managed to do that. I love Taxi Driver to win. I mean, everyone seems to come up with the same joke now. As Guodong has got a potential double to try and take on, but I think it'll be more of a safety attempt. He has taken on a double, and he has got that double, so key moment in the frame, and very much doesn't put him in the winning seat yet, but he keeps him alive in this match, and he keeps him alive in this frame now. As I say, absolutely key to win this frame for Guodong to be still in the chance of the first session, and it needs to be perfect off this black into the red. And he's alright on it. I'd say he's just about alright on it. He can try and pot it into the yellow sort of corner. Nice spot from Xiao there. It is. Now, is he going to go for this shot? It looks like he will. Needs to try and probably hold for the pink here Try and put some sort of distance between the cue ball. Doesn't seem to do that. So goes for the blue there. And in the end misses that red in its entirety. Was playing for the ball colors instead. And has left Wilson with a chance. She's trailing by 6 points here. Wilson could be about to making that a lot more. As he misses that red there. As once again, seems to be not too sure if he's complaining with himself or with the table. As every single time he seems to miss one of those shots that he's just rolling into it. It seems to be saying that, it's faded away there. Xiao now comes back to the table and very much in with a chance for the second time of asking. Needs to land on the blue here and didn't. Has he got any sort of angle on the green? I think he has. Not to the great extent though, so may have to go around the table once again here and go for the blue. And just try and land on that red closer to the green pocket, potentially just to play it, not even to cannon it. It's exactly the shot he's played. Needs to bounce off that cushion. And he's not great. He's far from great on it, and he's far from ideal position on it, with it being 44 points each. Level on the match. Well, he's on the run to do that, but he still has a lot of work to do, with both reds not being in the good positions. As he misses that red there, so took a hesitation there and took some time to think about it. But in the end, it does seem like it's a miss from Guodong in the end. It does seem like he got away with it there. So ends of a break over 6. Gary Wilson now will step back to the table himself. And will now have a chance to try and do something about it. Still, no points separating the two of them, with it being 44 each. Not too sure why the graphic on TNT says 43, as the official scoreline on the app does say it's 44 each, so we'll probably fix that in a while. And yeah, still very much everything to play for here, as it is Gary Wilson just rolling up to that red once again, not happy with it, and seems to be blaming the table, fading away a lot now. And Xiao got on with a chance to once again just roll this red in, put himself at least 1 point clear, and in the end do all the damage himself. And as he does that, he lands a little bit awkward on the black there. So he's got a lot of distance to try and cover up, as he asks the referee to try and clean the cue ball here. Now, what can he do from these black? He clearly has to do it off the cushions there if he is to land on the red. But the problem with that brown positioning is he has to be absolutely perfect on it, with absolutely no angle to separate them two. So, really important shot this is on the black. Needs to get it in first. It did. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? It looks like to have finished absolutely perfectly for Guodong. So now being 8 points clear, he's about to potentially get the third frame on the board for himself. Now, can he do it from the first time of asking this time around? Has got a red to play, and then 7 more shots. Try and potentially get himself in with a great chance here after potting this red. So 8 points clear already now. And making that 12 points clear. Nicely on the yellow. So just 3 of those left for a frame ball on the brown. And then the blue to make sure Wilson won't be coming back to the table in this current frame. Yes, once again does it rather nicely there. So 24 points clear. With 25 on the table, the green to do all the damage here for him. And the brown and blue to just finish off the job in style. Should be level now, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Xiao Guodong has only got himself to praise for this one because it was a really important frame and he was the one that he was able to win. So now finally the brown for the frame ball. And it's in, so the blue to make sure that Wilson doesn't even step up to the table in this current frame and get the scoreline all level now to 3-0. And just a nice little finish up here. It won't be the highest break for Guodong though, with it being 46, as he doesn't necessarily seem to be too keen on potting the black. In the end, does decide to go for it, as just rolls this one in and ends up with a nice little break of 39 and wins the 6th frame as well. So finally breaks the streak there of Gary Wilson's winning 3 frames in a row. Doesn't allow him to do that for the 4th time in a row, and now puts himself very much back in the equation here in this final, as we've got it all to play for, as both players have got now 3 frames on the score sheet, 3 frames each, and all to play for. Basically turns into a best of 7 now, with Xiao Guodong being the favorite for it slightly now after the first 6 frames in terms of the bookies odds, but still nothing to separate those two in terms of the table now and the scoreline. This will be a great match. Certainly has been a great introduction session. You know, the first session has been great. Both players have struggled in the start of it, but as the frames count went higher and higher, it has gone better and better. Especially the frame number 4 and 6. You know, it was really a pleasure to watch because you had a little bit of a mix of safety battles. We had some good break building now from Wilson in that 4th frame, getting 97 points on the board. With Xiao Guodong still looking to make it one of the stats that you'll try and improve on, but in the end has to focus on winning the frames first. And as we wait for the players to come back to the table, it will be a very interesting frame number 7 now. Whoever wins it will guarantee himself not to be going with a massive deficit into the 2nd session. Of course, still 3 more frames to play here, with the last 3 of them are going rapidly here, so surely we'll get all 9 of them in before the break of around 1.5 hours before the players and the referee will be back for the 2nd session of this final here in China's Wuhan Open campaign. And yeah, so if you look at head-to-head between those two, I haven't played too many matches, to be fair. I mean, Xiao has managed to win 4 of them, with Wilson only winning 2, but most of them have not even been in the ranking sort of events. 3 of them coming in Championship League, and Xiao Guodong winning 2 of those, with only 1 to Wilson's name. So only met once in the ranking event there, with the Welsh Open. Xiao Guodong winning that match by 4 frames to 1. As you can see once again on TNT, just Xiao Guodong being unhappy with the way that cue ball faded away from the red. And the shot that Xiao Guodong wasn't particularly happy with himself, in the end was able to do all the damage, as he found a brilliant shot off the black dot line on the last remaining red. And now Gary Wilson to break off here for frame number 7 to get it underway and get some more action going. Brilliant here in terms of the cue ball positioning. One of the reds has gone away from the black dot once again, so Xiao, depends on how he's feeling about this. We'll try and potentially go for it. And he's not feeling too feisty now that he's got that frame, so he's sort of ready and allowing himself to just take this match steady now, not rush into things and not rush into too many risky shots for himself. And Wilson just switches the run of play there, tries to put the cue ball not to see one of the reds at the high part of the table. So a smart shot that is, because he forces Guodong to probably transition the cue ball on towards the black ball area, as he can't be allowing the cue ball to travel back to the baulk line without red being in play. So a smart shot there from Wilson. And there's your response there from Xiao, obviously realizing the challenge and sending the cue ball back down the table. Wilson will himself now try and switch the run of play and land the cue ball in behind the green. We're taking one of those reds on the top part of the table out of the equation. So, hasn't really played the shot as well as he could have. Left Guodong with a chance into the middle. If he can potentially try and find a gap there, that'll be even better between the cue ball, between the ping ball and the red ball, I should say, not to cannon into it. So goes for another approach and just pushes the cue ball once again on the black spot. Was quite close to the pocket area there in terms of the red, but don't think he was taking it on, as no real positional effort was made on the black. Certainly turning out to be a great match so far, with both players giving it everything, it would seem, in the early stages, and we'll still have a lot more action to come, with at least 7 more frames to follow up. Should one of the players win all 7 of them, which have been highly unlikely, with so far nothing to separate them in terms of the points or the frames. As Wilson develops the reds nicely there. Gives the turn back to Guodong. And I think you'll put at least one of the reds back in the bunch. And send the cue ball back towards the green pocket there. Exactly what he does. Wants to land it pretty close to the cushion there. And does about enough there. Not going to force Wilson into any errors. From here you would have thought, but still does the minimum required that was needed on that shot. So Wilson will try and take out the top of the reds. Put it quite close towards the bunch, you would have thought. And he actually went for an attacking shot on it. So surprised to see that, especially with the cue ball bouncing so high onto the cushion. Potentially leaving a red to the middle here for Xiao, but after taking a split-second look at it, it seems like it's not going to be worth the risk for him. So just another safety to find for him. And send the cue ball once again quite close to the green pocket area. Yash came to say hi and being a bit busy lately. We'll catch up someone one day. Yeah, nice to see you, my friend. Completely understand that, and thanks for saying hi. Hello to you as well. Once again, Guodong goes to his favorite pocket there. A risky shot this. Maybe. But I don't think he really had anything to leave there, Wilson. And this time, once again, transitions the cue ball nicely onto the cushion. And Xiao will get his chance now. So this time it looks like he'll be using a lot of backspin to just aim the cue ball towards the black cushion once again. And the red is going to be safe on the top part of the table. So I think Wilson, with him getting through to the lower part of the cue ball himself, I think he'll try and do a similar thing. So we're going to see a couple of reds here sent to the top part of the table, with Wilson's shot not being quite as effective in terms of the red's position. As now the red does indeed land on the just about bottom side of the table. So we've got both reds into each middle that you can try and pot. Depends on which position of the table you're in, whether it's top or bottom. And Guodong now has his turn for a safety and probably will try and take one of those reds and put it onto the cushion, with the potential chance of rolling in behind the green. So refuses that shot, you would seem, and just goes for an ordinary roll up towards the green pocket, but seems to be lacking the pace, that cue ball, and leaves Wilson with something now to try and figure out. Once again, nothing easy here in terms of the long shot, one being diagonal, one being along the cushion, into left and right corners. Successfully placed. Wilson, though, once again refusing that shot, so obviously not rushing himself too much, and leaves the cue ball quite close to the yellow, and I think he'll be happy with those two reds being in the way of another red he just left over the pocket. So not necessarily the smoothest of safety battles here, with both of the players you would have thought getting away those chances. And it's Guodong's turn once again now to try and put some pressure of his own on Gary Wilson. For now needs to find a red that he even wants to play from here. Potentially we'll just play this red that is closest to the cue ball into the reds down the line of that corner pocket, and just guarantee himself a safe position in terms of the cue ball shot. Red next pink possible to the middle from this. Don't think so. I mean, is that the plan? No, it certainly wasn't. I mean, I was just speechless with the shot he just played. I mean, surely he could not have gone for that plan. That's what I was saying. Just put that red into the other red and push the cue ball safe. But, I mean, that was probably one of the cleanest plans you'll ever see. And if he planned it, it would have been a shot of the year, a shot of the season. Don't think he has, though. But anyway, it gives him a shot and a chance to win this frame. Oh, wow. Well, indeed. As I say, if he would have planned it, it would have been a shot of the season. What a shot, even if it was a fluke. I mean, it was, but I don't think you'll care. Got a nice little position to try and develop here. Needs to land on the black first. Does that. So a break of 6 already. Being on the black, having so many reds available. This fluke could be really costly for Gary Wilson, and with him feeling that the table has been against him, could it be the fortune and the luck against him now? With Xiao with a really good position to, if not put this frame to bed, to at least put himself in the equation for this frame, and very much put his name as the favorite. As now we'll line up for another shot here on the black. 14 points scored already. 4 free reds. The rest are quite clustered. I would say not really. I see one more that you can try and play just below the pink spot. I think you'll get through it. And even then, I still think there's some distance between those reds in relation to each other. So they're not all quite bunched up. I think if you take some sort of cannon, if you land on one, I think the rest of them are going to be developed quite nicely. It'll be hard to chip at them. We'll see. I certainly think you can try and do that from being on top of either pink or blue. And 22 points scored now. So he goes for the blue here. Needs to be making sure that he lands on top of it every single time he needs it. So still 3 more reds available to him, as I think he'll just check the red that I was talking about. And not too sure what the verdict is on that one. But as I say, I think playing into the spine of those reds, I think will leave you a guaranteed red into the left middle, should the cue ball stay quite close to that spine. And apart from that, I don't really see any more issues that you can face. Lands on one of the reds available to him, and potentially can try and go for the one just lower it. So decides against that for now, so takes the early chance for him. And because doing the right thing probably, with the pot success not being really kind to either of them players, has to take the reds first that are in easy spots and leave the ones that are not necessarily in the nicest of positions till the last. Is once again just lining up that shot from the blue in the future to see if he can get into the reds quite heavily. And I very much stand by my firm choice that if he goes into them hard, you'll pretty much guarantee to land on one. But for now, what on earth is he played there? I'm not too sure what the shot was there in its entirety. I mean, yeah, that red looks potable. I mean, I'm just not sure what on earth is he played. I mean, was he playing for the last available red into the left pocket? And if he was, made a mess of that. And will need a rest surely now with an extension to try and reach it, but I don't think he's even considering going for it. Overshot that red. He certainly has. He's looking for a plant here potentially, but he's not going straight into the pocket and just has to make sure that he can sort of see which side of the red he needs to hit this one. So seems to study this one for a long time, so certainly will be taking it on. Massive shot this. In a brilliant position it will be to give away. And he's managed it to absolute perfection. Once again, that has freed up a couple of reds nicely. So in hindsight, that probably worked out better than he actually could have had he landed on that last red. In the end, finding that plant to his name. And now, with a very much open position to his name, at least 3 more reds available already. With the remaining 5, shouldn't be too much of an issue anyway, should he get close to them. With an angle on either the black or blue. So the first one is in. And yeah, so he's got 3 reds to try and pop with the black here. So that will give him around 60 points here, if not more. And then he will probably need 1 or 2 more reds to try and get these frame 1 and get himself with a 4-3 lead. So let's see what this is going to bring. Because once again, the next frame could still be the last one potentially. With the 8th one being frayed in the opening session of some of the tournaments. For now, it's a break of 50 here for Xiao Guodong. Xiao Guodong, there you go. It is Xiao Guodong indeed. And 50 points now for him. Has got a nice little angle to go into the reds here from this black. I think the plan would have been for him to screw back into the cushion and land on one available. But he can still try and use that red as a backup option should he miss those reds. And seems to have missed them in its entirety. Not sure that was planned there for him. As he overshot the mark for sure. And I think he's landed awkwardly on the black shot before that. As once again just goes for the plant option. So he spotted 2 of them already. One of them being the fluke, one of them not. Can he make it 3 in a row here? Once again, a lot of distance between those 2. And he does. Brilliant. So making that work for him nicely and still being on the break, even though it looks like just for a couple of short moments. As the cue ball doesn't land on any of the colors. So 75 points still on the table up for grabs here for Gary Wilson. And for now, it is a 58-point lead for Xiao Guodong. As we'll try and use this green as probably just a cushion for the cue ball. Can't really see him going for it. And he has. And he's got it. The question is he going to give him any more than 3 points? The answer is unlikely. As he's got a difficult red shot to try and go through. So we'll need probably a little bit of screw back here on this thread, but it's going to be difficult to do from the rest. So seems to be shaking the head there a lot. Xiao Guodong seems to be unhappy with himself that he wasn't able to win this frame from the first visit. Still getting his highest break of the match so far. And will indeed attempt this red in one way, shape or form, but I think he'll just be probably a safety shot. Don't think he's going to try and risk it leaving over the pocket, and he has. So I certainly read the line of that shot wrong. And it's 62 points now for Xiao Guodong. Still not quite over the line. But the brown will put him 66 ahead with 67 on the table. So he's got a choice now once again to make. He either roll the brown in, or just try and stick the cue ball in behind the yellow and give himself a snooker chance, a snooker advantage over Gary Wilson. Seems to go for a safe option this time though. Where is he lining the yellow up? So he put the yellow safe there. Think clearly in mind of putting the cue ball in behind the pink there, but Not a great shot from both perspectives. A, the yellow has bounced off the cushion into the open area. And B, the cue ball hasn't ended up behind the pink. So Gary Wilson still in with a chance this. And of course, Guodong not taking the brown on. It means that Wilson can afford to lose a couple of points on the colours. And catches the red there. Nicely, Wilson. The cue ball position is going to be perfect for him. As all of a sudden, Xiao Guodong finds himself with his frame not being won just yet. You know, to put himself in the lead once again, 4-3. Crowd in the back seem to be not enjoying the safety battle. Getting a lot more excited when the break building is in action. But yeah, Cash is way too thick, that red. Xiao Guodong there, and gonna leave it for Gary Wilson. So it looked like Wilson has put Guodong under some sort of pressure with that previous shot. Now can he try and capitalize on it? Can't afford to be going for either pink or blue here. Can't do that too many times though. Can waste 4 points now in terms of the maximum available to him. So he does end up on 63 should he make a total clearance. So this 7th frame doesn't seem to be over yet though. After almost 3 hours of action. And yeah, the shot from Wilson had to go in, it didn't. And well, this is a chance for it to be over now. Guodong gets himself another chance to just roll another red into the corner pocket. That'll be the frame ball for him. And they'll certainly allow him to do all the damage, as he does seem to point out there's something. Oh, there's a little insect there on the pocket. Seems to be the grasshopper. I no idea how he ended up there on the snooker table, but tried to do a chameleon and just blend in with the table. Hasn't worked out, as Xiao wasn't able to spot it. Now has got to put that out of his head and just focus on this shot. It being a very important one for him. Just roll it in, and the frame is won. Hasn't managed to do that though, so the cue ball is saved though for him nicely, and it probably turned out into a brilliant safety shot. And there you go. The East will not fail. I know he's got a nickname of a Chinese X Factor, with him being quite popular in China. Probably top 3 player in the current WST ranking after Zhao Xington and Jing Junhu. Now Wilson has got a safety to find, and doesn't seem to do that easily. So can't quite figure out which red to play for, let alone the line around it, as he seems to be going through all 4 of those, with the 2 of them being quite close together, so only one of them is available. So can't really afford to be rolling up to one of the reds on the cushion, as should he give a foul away, he'll be within 1 point of losing this frame. All Chinese players have nicknames. Well, majority of the players on tour have got nicknames. And yeah, Wilson there missing. So I'm not too sure which reds was he aiming for. I don't think he would have been aiming for one of those quite close to the pink spot. I think he would have been aiming for one on the cushion. And whatever he was aiming for, he missed it. And Xiao Guodong has one more chance now to put him back in the snooker spot. Of course, should Wilson miss the next shot, he'll be within no chance of catching the Xiao Guodong bar in snookers, which is a sign that he won't be able to do it once again and put the cue ball back on his space, as there won't be simply enough points available for Wilson to try and catch up. So the last attempt here for sure, no matter what happens. Either Wilson hits the red and leaves Xiao with a shot to play, or he will miss this red and will be within touching distance of the points available on the table. So for now, Referee needs to get the cue ball positioning spot on. So once again, a little delay in the game. And as the referee sorted out, both players are happy with the cue ball positioning this time. And Wilson will go for a similar trajectory once again, being a lot closer now, catching the red and playing a really nice shot in the end. So second time was a lot better than the first one, and Guodong now has to play probably a safety of his own and just push those two reds away from each other. Doesn't want to land in the green pocket though, as goes quite next to it, quite close to it as well. In the end, forces Wilson into a difficult position to play from. Being gone in this frame just about here, Gary Wilson. Only a handful of points away from losing this frame. Loss that will put him in a tough situation in terms of winning the first session. We're still not being sure there's going to be one more frame to play. It looks like it will be the final session now, the final frame after this one. But for now, it's not over yet, as it's a safety that was turned into a horror shot from Gary Wilson, but in the end, got away with it, it would seem. And yeah, Xiao needs to find another shot here to try and get him with a chance. And don't think he can go for anything attacking here, so probably just a straightforward safety. Not too sure what he's got to play here. So may potentially go for a shot along the cushion here into the corner pocket. Needs to make it stick though. And doesn't. The cue ball stays in pretty safe area. Left the red potentially to the right middle here for Gary Wilson. Don't think he's left anything else there for him, so probably a sensible shot to take on with your opponent not getting enough out of it. And yeah, just has to be careful here that Wilson is going to be taking the shot that he's comfortable he can pot. You know, this red into the right middle is very much possible, but remember, Wilson will need the black with it, so probably got no other option than to refuse it and to go for a safety shot of some sort. Of course, the position being heavily messed up for him, with still 3 reds on the cushions, even though 2 of them quite close to the pocket itself. 2 more reds in open area, and 4 of the 6 colors being messed up and not on their spots. And yeah, just brings one of the red balls into the open play there, Gary Wilson. So obviously no chance for him to take an aggressive approach. I think Guodong will like to leave that red on the cushion for a while, but seems to see this is the best safety shot for him potentially, as just plays it on towards the middle and a potential transition onto another pocket, onto another cushion there. Nicely played. Wilson will probably have to go for a cross double of his own and send the cue ball back towards the bottom part of the table once again. So safety battle that has dragged out for a bit here in the frame number 7, but I think it is massively compromised by the fact that it's such an important frame for both of them. Wilson does seem to be the one to blink first once again, as he leaves Xiao with a chance to finally get over the line in this frame number 7 and pop the red into the right middle. We'll put him right in the equation here. And he does. So it's looking like a 4-3 lead here for Xiao, as now Gary Wilson needs 2 snookers to just tie in this frame. I think he will probably not come back to the table, and probably that sort of concede that this is the way things will stand. Thinks against it though, so you will come back and still try and play at least a couple of more shots. Goes for an aggressive escape there. And leaves a potential shot here into the right middle for Guodong to surely put an end to this lengthy frame. And a frame that already feels like could be very significant, especially with Xiao winning the previous one. Not over the line yet though, as he misses that red into the middle. So potentially a chance here for Wilson. I'm not too sure if he's going to take this red on, simply being if he takes it with a pink, seems to be the only color available to him, he will need 3 snookers. And yeah, he seems to be aiming for the black there, doesn't seem to land on it, so unless he gets the pink in here, I think it will be the end of a break. And the end of a frame here as well for him. So needs to land it in, doesn't, and certainly will concede the frame now. As it is now Gary Wilson just getting some of the balls out of the pocket, and we are here for a 4-3 lead for Xiao Guodong, as he now takes 2 frames in a row himself after losing 3 in a row before that to Gary Wilson, and now has got himself a nice little cushion of 4 frames to 3. Still at least 1 more frame to play, well, depending on how that one will pan out. Potentially will be the last one of the session. As it'll be very interesting to see what response Gary Wilson got for it, as he now finds his opponent winning 2 frames on the bounce and setting some sort of momentum of his own. Needs to be a little bit more clinical lately, as Gary Wilson, and of course Xiao Guodong will try and apply some more pressure on him and his opponent to try and make sure he's got a lead going into the afternoon session, and he's got a potential cushion to try and stick around with after having an early lead of 2-0 wiped away. Wilson winning 3 frames in a row, giving himself a lead of 3 frames to 2, and then Guodong once again responding with a sequence of 2 frames back to back, putting him ahead by 4 frames to 3. So we didn't have a single period in the match where only 1 frame was won by either player. It always came in sequences, with Guodong winning the first 2, Wilson responding with 3, and then Xiao Guodong responding with winning 2 latest frames so far. Can he make it 3 in a row, or is it going to be Wilson make it all square until the afternoon session? We're about to find out pretty soon here. As still the break here. Hello Kami, hi mate. Hello my friend. I was just going to say 146 people watching. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in, and thank you very much for your support. Feel free to check the channel out, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the video, and yeah, promote some more content here, as we will be back for English Open campaign in September. As you can have a look, if you're watching it on TNT, you can have a look at the current world ranking situation. Xiao Guodong currently losing some of his ranking points, as he hasn't won this final yet, and Gary Wilson already up to the top 16 spot, could still find himself in top 14, dispatching Chris Wakelin there. As we're ready for the 8th frame here of the morning session. As both players are now ready, so just waiting for the referee there. So Gary Wilson sitting patiently in his chair. I'm here because I'm avoiding the snooker Chinese forum low. Fair enough. I mean, fair enough. Referee's finally back now, and we're about to get this frame in the race started. As just a little reminder that the English Open campaign will start on the 15th of September, with the current winner being Neil Robertson in 2024. And Xiao Guodong finally gets down for the shot now and is ready to get this frame number 8 started. And a bad start to it, I would say, with him catching the blue. So it could be an early chance for Wilson to try and make some usage of, with the blue going to the ball cushion there. So that's not going to be any hopeful to either of the players. Now, So Wilson, is he going to take this red on into the corner, or is he just going to hesitate a little bit and just play a decent safety shot? Probably has to take it on. He did take it on, and he has also missed it there. What are some pieces out? Not necessarily right now. I mean, maybe in a while. Maybe in a while. Maybe when this is over. We'll have to wait and see. Guodong though, with a nice little opener. And I'd go for some pizza. Fair enough. Now lands himself on the black nicely, so hasn't got too many reds to try and work with. It looks like the rest of the 10 of them being bunched up really, really tensely to each other. And now, getting use of the first black there, needs to go around that red. Hasn't been able to do that, but he's got another one into the right corner. So just roll through for the black, and you're in with a great chance. Here for Xiao of once again just extending that break to a couple of more shots, at least to his name. Still has, after his black, 3 more reds to try and make usage of, so that'll give him 40 points should all 3 of them be played with a black, and a nice little cushion for a 5-3 lead. And once again, will be the man in form and the man to catch here, Xiao. As I say, the form has been very much coming and going there from both players, and the frame victories have been going around in sequences, with each winning 2 in a row at least. Can Xiao make it 3 in a row for the first time for him? After Gary Wilson winning the 3 frames that he's got on the board, all 3 of them followed up by each other. And 17 points already here for Xiao. Now he's going to use this black to go into the bunch, it would seem. He did. And he hasn't really ended up on anything. So unless he decides to take this aggressive shot into the corner, I'm pretty sure he would have liked to have the cue ball travel a little bit further than he has, than just to stick to the bottom of the bunch. So we'll just check if he can play through that red. But it looks like it will just be a safety shot. And yeah, he'll be disappointed with himself only getting 24 points. And yeah, from this position, he should have get at least 40 with anything extra being an extra bonus for him. But just looking for a safety shot to play and land potentially in behind the yellow. So after careful consideration, he will, of course, inevitably go for one shot that he feels like is the best one for him. So decides to just put that red on the left cushion, even further down the cushion, and just use it as a bounce ball for the cue ball to end up in behind the yellow nicely there. So end of a break there, unfortunately, for Xiao. And it's now a start of break for Gary Wilson. If he can find a long pot, until then, it will have to be just a safety shot there he has to find. As once again, I've got a nice little number 147 watching every single one of you. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the support. As once again, we seem to be back to the safety battle, as Wilson being the first player to try and make the most out of it. Doesn't seem to be too keen on it though, as he attempts a shot of a long pot, and it looks like he's left Xiao with another invitation into the left middle. So once again, Wilson just going for that lack of patience for himself, and you know, his positional play has been below average, and his long shots haven't been too much better in his defense either. Now Xiao has a second chance here to put 8th frame to his name and get himself a healthy lead of 2 frames once again. It's going to be halfway there if he gets it, with 10 frames needing for the win. Of course, should he win this frame, he'll have 5 of them on the board already. And he's got make a better usage of those 3 reds he's got available to him that he had managed to do in the last time of asking. Can just try and play through the bunch and the cue ball nicely onto the black, but try to force it. And I'm not too sure what happened there, as looked like the red was gonna still land in the pocket, but it bounced back out of it. Wilson really keen to come back to the table, as once again second chance here for Xiao Guodong not taken, and only a 32-point cushion for him. As he's got a red now to play onto the right middle here, Gary Wilson, and takes this one. Not too sure if he's landed on any colour though, as it was always going to be playing for the green, he would have thought, but looks like he can get through to one of them, potentially being the yellow, it would seem. Yeah, he goes through the gap there, yellow. So a break here, start for Gary Wilson. Your pronunciation, as if with Westerners of Xiao Guodong, is way off. You know what? It probably is, but it depends on what you look for. So could be all relative, especially it being listened to in other languages. But I think the number one reason for that is I don't come from West myself. I come from Eastern Europe, and that'll probably do some damage to the accent itself. I ain't fluent in Mandarin, lol. Well, funnily enough, there's a story about it. My father tried to teach me Mandarin, as he was always telling me that it's gonna be the most popular language in the world, as Wilson just made a massive mess of that pink shot and tried to roll it into the green pocket. In the end, stays out there, but doesn't land on the red itself. And yeah, so that hasn't worked out for me too nicely, because I think I spent around 3 months studying it, and that was about it. And I think the most I remember from it is the couple of fruit names, which I still wouldn't be able to pronounce. So certainly ain't fluent in Mandarin, but Xiao Guodong now will be absolutely delighted to come back to the table, as once again, he's got a couple of reds that he can try and play a safety shot off, but nothing in terms of the attacking side of things. 28 points is the lead for him. And yeah, so we'll just push those two reds closer to each other, you would have thought, and split them up and put at least one of them onto the cushion, exactly what he does there. And Wilson with a chance of a cross double of his own, or switching the run of play and just guiding that red ball towards the top part of the table. Don't think he'll be going for a long pot though, as he did to some extent. Hasn't left anything for Guodong though, and he missed it by quite a while. Quite some margin. And once again, that red ball has gone over the green pocket, which is covered up by the pink. So it could be a little bit of a slow burner this frame. Is that pink covering up one of the potential shot pockets, although it being quite far from the main action of where all the reds are. We'll see about that. For now, Xiao Guodong just studying if there's any plant that he doesn't want to leave on to the left middle or the right corner pocket for him potentially to try and play right now. But looks like he'll just guide the cue ball back towards the bulk area. So decides to go against that, even though there was a one red on the bulk area. I didn't really think there was going to be any damage done to him. So decides to just roll through onto the black ball area. And this time it will be Gary Wilson switching the play up, putting the cue ball on towards the bulk area himself. So leaving Xiao Guodong with a couple of chances that he can try and potentially take as a long pot, but nothing guaranteed at this stage. And one thing I would say though, any chance of a risky red taken is massively increased at the moment, because the pink is available to be played from pretty much any spot on the table, and is covering up the pocket, so shouldn't be too difficult to land on the color from one of those reds. But the problem, of course, being you have to put one of those reds first. Guodong has gone for that, hasn't managed it, and it's Gary now with a chance to step up to the table. Hasn't been the same since frame 6, I would say. It has been a massive frame for him to try and win, but in the end, Guodong clinching it, and Gary had to find himself sitting on his chair for the majority of the 7th frame, and now needs to come back strongly now in frame number 8, try and put some sort of pressure on Xiao Guodong. And just rolls one of those reds towards the left side cushion there. In the end, the cue ball control was probably good enough, but he doesn't really want to be doing that, Wilson, because he is the one trailing in terms of points in this frame, and he will need majority, if not all of those reds, to get this frame 1, should he be in with a chance. So certainly not winning that one. For an Eastern European, you sound very British. Well, I think you're contradicting yourself slightly, because you say that my pronunciation of the players is not necessarily the Western, but then you say I sound very British. I'll take it as a compliment. I don't know. I always felt like I want to sound Slavic, because don't really want to copy someone, especially from me being a different country to them. But for now, it looks like you'll be some sort of interesting safety here from Wilson as he goes cushion first into the red from the rest. So clearly just trying to get it away from the pink. So no intention to slow the play down. 28 points of a gap now for Guodong remaining in place. And his opponent has got a lot of reds on the cushion to try and deal with. Should he be back with a contention in this frame? But now needs to be in with a chance first, as Xiao goes for a decent safety. The cue ball doesn't quite travel the distance it probably should have, ending up on exactly the baulk line and on the side cushion there of the right hand side. So Wilson has got a couple of reds to try and potentially play from the right hand side himself, get the cue ball into the similar area to what it is now. You mean your accent? Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I think it's specific words pronunciation is always going to be different, but the ones that you try to use in the everyday speeches and talking, you will be more aware about. But Wilson has made an absolute mess of that shot once again. A lot of body language and a lot of sort of shouting and waving his arms there. So I'm not too sure who that's aimed at. Clearly doesn't seem to be happy with the conditions he's presented with himself in. But whatever those are, he now leaves Xiao Guodong with a prime chance to close out frame number 8 and guaranteed to be going into the afternoon session with an advantage over Gary Wilson. For now, Xiao Guodong asking for both the cue ball and the target red for him to be cleaned. So the referee has finished up with the cue ball. Now the red ball will be put back on his spot. And Xiao will get back down to action now. Needs to, I think, to try and eliminate the pink, with it being the biggest area of an issue for him in terms of blocking some of his potential safety. But that will come in a while, as first things first, has to eliminate the 3 reds that are in open play. First one being dealt with nicely, followed up by the yellow. So still a lot of points for Wilson to try and use on the right cushion with at least 6 reds there. But with Guodong taking the 2 remaining ones out of the equation, you'll put that down to 75 points available and get himself with around a 45-point gap. And of course that comes without Guodong potentially developing any of those reds on the right cushion. Nicely done on the first time of asking, lands himself nicely onto the black. So we'll probably play with a little bit of top spin to try end up on the top of the red. Or if you would like to play it into the middle, just screw back a little bit and give himself a nice little angle onto the middle pocket to land on the black once again. So goes for the corner though, bounces off the cushion nicely with a screw back. Winner takes home 140k, whilst Ronnie O'Sullivan gets more by just giving exhibition. Well, in fairness, you can't really compare any of them to Ronnie O'Sullivan. And I'm pretty sure if some of them had their 7 world titles to their name, and all the ranking titles that O'Sullivan has managed to win, I'm pretty sure they'll be earning a lot of money on the exhibition as well. But you have to realize a lot of revenue as Guodong goes for an attempt of clearing at least one of those reds on the cushion. Can't quite manage it, so we'll have a pink as his free spot. And 6 points will go his way, so around 46 points gap, you would assume after the next shot, will be the maximum that Xiao can produce of this break. But yeah, if you have a revenue in the sport, you always come from the fans. And Ronnie O'Sullivan playing exhibition is going to generate more fans and more sort of people watching, even on broadcasting rights, than some of the players that, you know, top 16 players, very much professional players, very good players, but not at the quality of Ronnie O'Sullivan. For your information, it's 200,000. Okay, which exhibition are you talking about then? Because I know the prize money for this tournament is 140,000 should you win it, 70,000 for each of them already for reaching the final. As Guodong goes for a double, and the red just about drops in there, so clearly feeling that he can afford to be going for those sort of shots now, with him having a 46, now 47 point advantage. Still 67 points available, so more than enough for him to get back in this frame for Gary Wilson. But needs to make sure that Guodong makes some sort of mistake, as he just made one there, missing the black off the spot. And a break of 19 is the maximum that he can produce. Still is more than decent, with 67 now points available to Gary Wilson. Would have liked the black to go in to have that 7 points more to his name in Hong Kong, Shanghai, Singapore, etc. Okay, very much. Well, a lot of fans of snooker there, that's for sure. And Wilson messes up the shot there on the red, so looks like this frame could be about to be over. 47 gap already between Xiao Guodong and Gary Wilson. We'll be looking to make that 8 points more, with 8 points less on the table for Wilson when he comes back on. And I think with both the red and the black being staying over the pockets now, I think the aim for Xiao Guodong is going to be just land on the black with the way that he can sort of try and develop at least a couple of those reds. So 48 points of a gap already will make that 55 when this black disappears. And let's see what this is going to happen into. And yeah, he gets unlucky with that one. He caught the reds pretty nicely there, Guodong. But not going to do him a lot of damage at this moment in time, as he still leads by 55 points, only 59 on the table. So won't be too surprised, especially with the position of one of the reds, if he goes for another double, tries to put the frame to bed early, doesn't risk too much here. Goes for a power though, so certainly playing with safety in mind. Never really gonna put a double like that, especially from the angle that he had. So ends on a break of 8, and still Wilson just about hanging on to this frame, but as he has been throughout the majority of the last sort of 3-4 frames, finds himself in a massive trouble in terms of the points tally. Goes for a double himself, tries to land on the black and put the cue ball somewhere safe should the red stay over the pocket there. In the end it doesn't, and Guodong now has got a chance himself to try and take this red on into the yellow pocket, or instead play a safety to his name. Has got a cross double to the right cushion should he not see any easy safety shot, but I think we'll be reluctant to take that one out of the equation for now, simply for Wilson to have an extra problem to try and deal with should he be catching up to him. So goes for just the roll of the cue ball, and I don't think he's caught that one too well. Left Williams with a chance into the middle. So checking if he can get a snooker on that red to really trouble Guodong there, but as the answer is no, he's got a chance now, Wilson. to get this red, land on one of the expensive colors. He's missed it though. Is he going to leave it for Xiao Guodong? It looks like he has. And yeah, let's see if he's going to take it onto the right middle himself. Seems to be a lot tougher shot than the one Wilson had to his name. And taking his time there, once again realizing it is the frame ball for him as it disappears into the pocket. So a brilliant reaction there to Gary Wilson winning 3 frames in a row. It is now Xiao Guodong winning 3 frames in a row of his own. So looks like he'll be a 5-3 lead for him. Wilson in trouble. Certainly is right now. We'll see if there'll be any more trouble to him. Still waiting on the confirmation if there's going to be a 9th frame in this session. I don't think there will be though, as I think a lot of time have been taken on the morning session already. And I think they'll just let players to have around 2-hour break until they're back to some more action in the afternoon session. But for now, Guodong with just a couple of more shots to play. It doesn't mean anything in terms of the frame. End of this frame for sure, absolutely. That is a guarantee here. I don't think Wilson will be coming back to the table with any sort of real goal, as he can't really be disrupting momentum in these sort of circumstances, because I don't think there's been a lot of momentum from Guodong's perspective, but there's certainly been a lot of frames won in plenty of safety battles in those frames. Do understand the pronunciation struggle, as I myself is way off in Italian and French. Funniest thing in the world, I actually, as Guodong misses a shot there. So looks like we'll be in for one more frame at least, as the referee seems to be re-racking those ones. So clearly still on course for the 9th frame here. So the action is not quite over, as there is a frame to Xiao Guodong in the end. Yeah, so on the point of pronunciation, I do get told a lot that English is a little bit more specific in terms of the accent, and my pronunciation is better on the languages like Italian. I was really struggling with German. I'm not even going to talk about Mandarin, but there's aspects to it, and there's certain accents to it that you can try and impersonate, but the best one is always going to be on your own. Kevin Manelli, thank you for streaming. No worries, and the action is not over just yet, as we've got one last frame of this morning session, the frame number 9. Always, you never quite know if it's going to be 8 frames or 9 frames, with the World Snooker Tour official statement on that being saying we want to include all 9 frames in the first session to make sure it's even between the frames numbers of the first and second session. But if the time is too much on it, we won't put players under too much pressure and too much scrutiny, and we'll just reschedule it to the afternoon session having one more frame. But that's not going to be the case in this morning session, as now Xiao Guodong with a chance, especially in terms of him winning 3 frames in a row, to make it 4 in a row, and have a brilliant cushion, and probably a perfect cushion, especially if you look at the way this final has been played so far, to have a 6-3 lead. Gary Wilson will be trailing going into the second session. He just, the scoreline, he has to find out, and a massive difference between trailing 5-4 and still pretty much being 1-0 down, or trailing by 3 frames with a scoreline of 6-3, and leaving Xiao Guodong with only 4 frames away from clinching this title here at Wuhan Open. As the action is going to resume soon here, with both players, it seems like, staying in their chair for a while, so no one of them is taking the bathroom break, and just waiting for the referee's call, as the cue ball still not being put in their position for the break-off for them. So just waiting for some of the things to be sorted out by the referee, would seem, until we get back on the action for table 1 of this brilliant final so far between Xiao Guodong and Gary Wilson. As there you go, the referee's now getting the cue ball to the player to break off, just once again having a little word with the crowd, I'm not too sure with what's going on there. There's just seemed to ask one of the people in the crowd to leave. Not too sure what that's to deal with. And yeah, so the referee dealing with that situation rather nicely and rather quickly in the end. And it will be Gary Wilson to break off in this frame number 9. To get himself off to hopefully a good finish. He needs this good finish to avoid being 3 frames down going into the second session. Starts off with a decent break, but doesn't seem to have Xiao Guodong as much trouble as he did in the previous break-off chances for him. Has got a long shot to try and take here, Xiao Guodong, but with the black being available only to the left side, I think he'll be aiming for one of the top colors, if he is going to be aiming for any of them. Hit that one with a lot of power, so certainly was aiming for the blue, it would seem. Missed that one and gives a chance to Wilson, but doesn't seem to get a lot of luck here, Wilson, once again, as he will be feeling. The cue ball lands right below the blue, and it's going to be really, really awkward, if possible at all, for him to try and go for this pot, and doesn't seem to be even considering it. So just a safety to play here, it would seem, for Gary Wilson, as that blue came in the right spot for him. Came in the wrong spot for him, I should say, and came in very much a right spot for Xiao Guodong's liking. There's another shake of the head there for Wilson. Seems to be one frustrated man so far. We've seen that throughout his campaign already, but he has been able to just put that past him, that particular section of the game, being a lot of players consider luck to be considerable sort of section of the game, but also a lot of them consider that if you're lucky, you probably earn your own luck yourself. So Wilson would very much disagree with that statement at this moment. And Guodong has got now a safety of his own to try and find. Potentially can just try and attempt this red into the green pocket there. Doesn't seem to be far away from it, but doesn't seem to get it either. And leaves it over the pocket there for Gary Wilson to try and exploit. Wilson needs this frame. I think I agree with that. I certainly agree with that. I think Xiao Guodong needs this frame from his point of view to try and get himself comfortably in the match, but sort of Wilson needs a lot more than Guodong, let's put it like that. And very surprised to see Wilson not taking that red on, that it seems to be covering the green pocket there, obviously using it as an extension of the pocket, and rolls another one in. So that shot has been played nicely there by Wilson. Needs all the frames, exactly. But Xiao is too careful for that. I think he is. You don't want to be too careful, but I mean, he certainly wasn't careful on that previous shot and has left him with a chance for his opponent. 6 points on the break already. Still has 3 more reds to try and deal with. 2 of them being on the top part of the table, 1 at the bottom. And anything on top of that will have to be made with some adjustments to the position. And now the yellow disappears into the pocket. And the green, a red will follow up into the green pocket there. So deals with those two nicely, would seem, Wilson. Needs to get any sort of breaks to his name. As he's got a nice little angle here on the blue. I think he will be tempted to go into the bunch here. But in the end refuses that, so just goes for one more shot here. And I think a positive thing for him, had the cue ball run a little bit less distance than he actually has, he would have been able to get with the cue ball into those reds, push a couple of them into open play. So he's still been able to do that, even though he had to bridge over a red. So a really important shot and a difficult shot for him to try and execute. As once again, Wilson seems to be back in some sort of control, but there you go, just unforced, I would say, mistake to an extent, because it would just leave him bridging over the red once again here, and the pink on the way. Seems to got away with it that time, as he can just go around the little gap in between the pink and the red. Come on, Wilson, says Kevin. And gets the pink in nicely this time, but once again just sticking to that red. Making the shot into the middle difficult for himself. But probably the thing that he had to do, just to split the position up even more. He's got a shot into the corner though, but it's one of those that you choose an angle that suits you more in terms of the pot, but you have to bridge over a red, or you go for a shot that is going to be with more acute angle and with the rest, it would seem, but you don't have to bridge over a red. So goes for the second option there. Takes the rest without the extension. Needs to roll this one in. And does. So a really nice shot there from Wilson, ending perfectly on the blue. And having all of the position now to his name. So it'll be a massive frame for him to win. And it'll be a disappointing frame for Guodong to lose. Of course, coming from that mistake he made. Happy days. I mean, certainly looks like happy days for now for him. As he just rolls that blue into the pocket. Once again lands nicely onto the red. So I think you just go back for the blue this time. Do a couple of shots with the blue and then go back for the black. As he just takes out the two reds. They were close in the blue in his zone. So always easier to play those two into the middle. And then transition to the blue always gives you more control of the cue ball. Should be enough reds for the winning break. Oh, certainly. Certainly should be enough. I mean, he's got 3 more easy ones. Now leaving with 67 points on the table. Should be in with a 60 points already with that. So maybe need just one more, but surely the one just below the pink should be able to be possible. Or 3 reds rather. Game on again. He's not over the line quite yet, so I wouldn't try and jinx him. But he will be very much game on should he pot the next sort of 4 or 5 shots. He's got a red into the middle now to take on. As he gets a break of 50 for the first time in a while. So certainly we'll take that now. Another red disappears into the middle. This time under-rolled on the blue. And not too sure which red you'll have to do from here. So certainly trying to force an angle on the blue, which there was an angle of some sort. Still ends up nicely on the red, so recovered well. Wasn't easy, but he's done it. And the red now to land on the black. Once again frees up one more red. And within a couple of shots now of winning frame number 9. And yeah, putting himself right back in this match for a nice little game on session number 2. Now a frame ball now for him. A break has not taken any time at all, it would seem. So being really, really quick fire there from Wilson. As he's over the line there, so a minor part of the Chinese crowd will still acknowledge the quality of the break and applaud that. And the other one will be absolutely mad. This frame will have to be played in the first session. Of course, that will be a point for discussion should Guodong lose this match potentially, should this frame have been played in the morning session there. But for Wilson, it is a chance perfectly taken there, as once again, it's the second time in this match that a frame has been won from the single visit to the table, and it's the second time that Gary Wilson has done that, when him having the better of the two players in terms of the break building and the highest break value. Could still be yet to extend that with 88 already. We need the last red for that though, which is on the cushion, so just have to roll that one in. And play on the black, it would seem, or potentially try and screw back for the blue, depends on what his preference is. So decides indeed to go for the black there, as the red is in. So just the black here for the first century break of this final. And it's in there, so it is a century break for Gary Wilson. And it's a brilliant break in the end. That you can sort of say he deserved He certainly has deserved 102 already, so could make it up to 129 should he pull all of the 6 colors remaining. And it is now game on again for sure for Gary Wilson. And, well, still will remain game on for Xiao Guodong, as he's still the person leading. But has now had a chance of potentially getting the 3-frame cushion. Instead, it will be just a 1-frame cushion, as Wilson in the end just goes for a little bit exhibition for the fans. Plays in around the table and still lands perfectly on the blue. So great control on the cue ball shown, as once again does exactly the same on the blue. But lands quite further away from the pink this time, so it doesn't look like a total clearance likely, as he lands exactly on top of the pink. And misses it in the end, but an end to the morning session with Gary Wilson winning the frame number 9, getting himself very much back in this match. And it is Xiao Guodong that will be leading Gary Wilson by 5 frames to 4 going into the second session. We will be live in 2 hours time for that to happen, but for now it is Xiao Guodong with a minor lead over Gary Wilson. Could this frame number 9 be very much important come the end of this match, as it could be another turning point, this time potentially for Gary Wilson to be back in this final here at Wuhan Open, China. And after some misses earlier on for Wilson and Guodong, it is the Chinese player Xiao Guodong, the world number 14, leading Gary Wilson, the world number 18, ahead of the second session here in the afternoon. We'll be back for that later on, so feel free to tune in for that as well. For now, thank you very much for everyone for watching. And yeah, we'll be back for some more action in this brilliant match of the final here at Wuhan.